you for that. As a program, we have 1 day roundtables until 5 p.m. and we have lunch together here. So to proceed the meeting, I would like to invite dignitary speakers to have welcome remarks. Dr. Chamberty, Executive Director here.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'd like to welcome you all, particularly those who travel so far away as far as Ottawa. I welcome my fellow Canadian, because I'm both a Canadian and Cambodian, so we're proud to welcome you and all our other colleagues also. I believe that the Canadians are happy to be in a very balmy 30 degrees Celsius here in Phnom Penh, as compared to minus 20 there, right? So, this has been said, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here this morning with such a diverse group of academia, policy makers, NGO directors, independent researchers, and representatives from private sector and international agencies from different countries, both GMS and non-GMS. As you might have been aware, garment sector has been one of the drivers of GDP and export growth in GMS countries, particularly Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, and a few countries in South Asia, like Bangladesh. Garment continue, for instance, to be Cambodia's key engine of growth, followed by construction, tourism, and agriculture. The garment sector grew at a year-on-year growth rate of 14.1% by mid-2014 and accounted an average of 80% of export value. The sector employs 500,000 Cambodian low-skilled workers, mostly rural women. The majority of the 2 million garment Vietnamese workers are young women under 25 years old. Myanmar is a new player to the region and global value chain. Myanmar garment exports earned more than 1.1 billion last year, US dollars, due to the restoration of the generalized system of preferences trading privileges by the European Union as Myanmar continues to open its economy. However, in recent times, concerns over possible violation of workers' rights, unfavorable working conditions, and the employment of underage employees have been raised. These concerns range from forced overtime, pregnancy-based discrimination, and anti-union practices. Clearly, we need to understand the situation better and consider what needs to be done. Today's gathering is significant and timely to discuss the theme of improving working conditions in garments in the Mekong and to propose future policy research agenda, results of which are important to have improved working conditions further. If good recommendations for improved working conditions and employee well-being are to be made, we must ensure that they are soundly evidence-based. And I would like particularly to thank the International Development Research Center of Canada for the financial support provided during the preparation of this roundtable and thereafter. And we have here the honor to have Mr. Patrice Cousineau, counselor from the Permanent Mission of Canada, and also Dr. Anindya Chatterjee for IDRC. CDI, together with GMS partners, have had productive collaboration with IDRC through regional programs. I'd like to also this morning take this opportunity to introduce our new partner from IDE, International Development Economies, and JETRO from Japan. They are keen to collaborate with us in a few project research in the future relevant and to the GMS issue and challenges in development. So I would once again thank IDRC speakers, moderators, and participants for spending valuable time and providing important ideas to this roundtable. I wish the group a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Now I would like to invite Dr. Anindya Chatterjee, Regional Director of IDRC for Asia.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In my brief introductory remarks now, I will talk about basically three things. One, the first is on our agenda of employment and economic growth. Secondly, a little bit about our involvement in the Mekong region and in Cambodia. And thirdly, about our new area of work with the private sector. Employment and economic growth is an area of focus in our new strategic plan, 2015-2020. And we are looking at the issue quite seriously and trying to put together a decent volume of programming, research programming in this area. We all know that over the last decade, many jobs were created in Asia. According to our World Bank statistics, 800,000 jobs were created only in South Asia a month. But we also know that the job quality leaves much to be desired. Of the 8 core conventions established by the ILO, International Labour Organization, to protect workers, as of 2012, Burma has ratified only 2, India only 4, and Bangladesh and Burma has not yet set a minimum wage. In Laos, a full-time worker may earn as little as $75 a month. So within this backdrop, we are looking today at the garment factories and the garment sector, which have drawn millions of agricultural workers from rural areas, particularly women, particularly young women. While these manufacturing jobs bring much needed income, labor standards are often disregarded, leaving women and youth particularly vulnerable. So we look at these issues systematically today. IDRC is helping Asian research institutions to identify options that will create the conditions of inclusive growth, leading to more and better employment. So that's our overall agenda. We're looking at a number of aspects to it, including minimum wage, including working conditions, as well as skills building and training. So all the aspects of it through our different programs that we have in the region. Secondly, in terms of our involvement in the Mekong region, so we invited Larry, last year to come and speak in a conference of social science councils in Asia, in Delhi. And Larry, as always, presented a very balanced picture of Cambodia's development and what Cambodia has, incredible achievement that Cambodia has achieved in the last decade. But he also raised serious concerns about our IDRC's program in Southeast Asia, particularly the Mekong and rapidly growing low-income economies of the Mekong countries. So I want to today reassure Larry and other colleagues that our engagement continues, not by words but by our actions. Later today, we will have some announcement on new programs in Cambodia. We are going to Myanmar this week to roll out one of our first programs on labor standards in Myanmar. So our program in the Mekong is growing, is not reducing at all. So that's a point I wanted to make. And thirdly, on our new area of work with the private sector, Now, we all know that private sector has emerged as a major actor in development finance, as it's being described today. And we have started to explore joint work, particularly with the corporate philanthropy. We have worked with the Gates Foundation over the last few years on a number of projects, including on a new project on livestock vaccines and tobacco control, with Hewlett Foundation on the think tank, our think tank initiative, which is in Asia, looks only at South Asia, unfortunately. We are also having a new project with the MasterCard Foundation to look at youth employment in Africa, and a new project with Tim Hortons. Those of you who know Canada, it's on the Starbucks of Canada, with Tim Hortons to look at impact of climate change on coffee production in Colombia. So this is a new area for us too, and we are in an exploratory mode, trying out a few new ideas and new partnerships. Partnership is also another area in our strategic plan, and we'll see how it goes, but we are excited about this opportunity. And finally, let me acknowledge some of the partners in the room. CDRI, of course, is a long-standing partner and will continue to work with CDRI on new projects. Other IDFC partners in the room, number of you are in the room, so welcome. To IDA Jetro colleagues, thank you for coming here. My colleague Patrice Cosnew from the mission in Bangkok, which has an oversight over Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos. So welcome, Patrice, once again. And I look forward to the deliberations and debates, and thank you for having us in this exciting times. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anima. Last but not least, the victory speaker, Mr. Patrick Cosnew.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chatterjee, for this kind introduction. Dr. Kim, also, thank you very much for inviting me to be here today, representing the Embassy of Canada in Bangkok. As Dr. Chatterjee mentioned, we cover Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and this is a region where, of course, the issue of labor rights is one that's very much on our mind. This is an issue that we follow closely. So I'm really very pleased to be here today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. If you're wondering what the link with Canada or the Embassy of Canada is, essentially, there are several links. Dr. Camretti is a fellow Canadian, someone who has brought and continues to bring a lot to Canada. And Dr. Chatterjee, of course, represents IDRC, which is a Canadian organization. So that's why I guess I'm here this morning. But not only that, as I mentioned earlier, we have an interest in human rights. As you probably know, Canada's reputation in terms of promoting human rights internationally. Again, this is a topic of great interest. Now, for years, the CDRI, with support from Canada's IDRC, has effectively led a regional research network that has made valuable contributions to knowledge in the fields of labor rights and corporate social responsibility. The roundtable that we're participating in this morning is a unique forum to discuss those issues of labor standards compliance in global supply chains, and to consider their impact as well as options, particularly policy options going forward. So I'd like to just say a few words about Canada and the links. I'll speak simply about Cambodia today because we are in Cambodia. I can speak about our involvement in the region, but I'll just focus on Cambodia just to give you a little bit of perspective on our relationship, our trade interests here. Just over the last 5 years, exports from Cambodia to Canada have grown tremendously thanks to preferential tariff treatments in Canada. And last year, bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and Cambodia totaled approximately $550 million US. I had the figure in Canadian dollars, but because our dollar has been sinking rapidly, like many other currencies, I think it's preferable to use US dollars. Otherwise, the Canadian figure would probably double. The engine of growth in terms of those exports, or the bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and Cambodia, has been really driven by garments and footwear, and that's where, of course, this forum is of interest to us. This, of course, has created significant employment opportunities in Cambodia. I mean, we're looking at Canada is among the top 4 export destinations for Cambodian garments and footwear. So clearly, that is a significant amount of goods. It creates a lot of jobs, but of course, what is intimately tied to this is the issue of labor conditions. The Government of Canada expects Canadian firms operating abroad to respect local laws and to conduct their activities in a socially and environmentally responsible manner. This includes operating transparently and in close consultations with host governments and local communities. Now, promoting fundamental human rights, labor rights, internationally directly supports equitable growth and social stability in developing countries and contributes to poverty reduction and increased standards of living. And this is all aligned with Canada's international development goals and our security interests as well. Now, Canada supports a number of international guidelines pertaining to corporate social responsibility and labor rights principles through the Canada Labour Program. And at the global level, this includes the International Labour Organization's Tripartite Declaration of Principles concerning multinational enterprises and social policy. And this serves, as you probably know, as a global point of reference for corporate social responsibility. We are, as an OECD member, Canada also supports the guidelines for multinational enterprises, as well as the UN Global Compact. Now, in ASEAN, Canada financially supports a tripartite action program, which is meant to protect migrants in the ASEAN region from labor exploitation. This is not specifically focused on the garment sector, it's more general. But this is just one kind of example of the kind of work that we support. This program is actually an ILO program as well. And we are also investing to support the matching of labor skills to the market's needs in developing countries to support sustainable economic development. And just to draw your attention to an announcement that was made last week by our Minister of International Development. Canada is a member of La Francophonie, as most of you probably know. We have 2 official languages, English and French. Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam in this region are also members of La Francophonie. And Canada announced a 5-year, $30 million program, a call for proposals to strengthen educational institutions' organizational management and ties with the private sector so that they can help students acquire the skills they needed on the labor market. So the idea is actually to try and bring up the skill set of students and match that with the labor market's needs in order to support economic development. So all this to say, we clearly look forward to supporting economic development in this region, but this has to be done in a economically responsible and in a way that is respectful of CSR and labor rights and their conditions. So in closing, I would simply like again to thank CDRI and IDRC and everyone in the room. And I look forward to learning today from you and to come out with perhaps some ideas as to how we can support further the agenda that we all support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the victory speakers, for the opening session. Now we take about 5 minutes to prepare the room. And also thank you for the media to cover the opening session. And thank you.
I think you're right.
You know what? You never showed it to me, so maybe it's in your hotel room. I never saw it like in your hand. No. Oh, hi, Pam. How are you?
I'm good.
When did you come in?
Not yesterday, the day before.
Oh, okay. So you before?
Yeah, before I. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. How are you finding it? Yeah. Good. Did you go to the dinner last night?
Yes, I did. Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Great.
Yeah. And how are things going?
Well, we just had food yesterday, so actually, but you know, it's weekend. Yeah. How was your staying in Asia? Yeah, totally. And coffee.
Yeah. Thank God for coffee.
I know. How long are you in Asia?
I leave for Yangon tomorrow. Okay. And I'm here until Friday.
Oh, nice.
Leave Monday.
Okay.
But you're in the region for a while, so
Yeah.
you're researching Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm gonna set that up. So I have, I've been here for a couple weeks and I'm gonna come back in June.
Okay, so you left a while ago.
No, sorry, I'm gonna be here for.
You're going to be. Okay, yeah,
I'm gonna hop over to Vietnam after. And hopefully I can get some research done.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Sure, you set things up. It's just one thing leads to another before you know it, your
That's
reach
great.
is filled.
Yeah, I think
That's always the goal.
Yeah.
You plan too much in advance, you miss out on important
that's a good
opportunities
point.
that come up.
Yeah.
It's true though.
And with this meeting, I haven't been able to prepare as much as I wanted to. So, but I'm hoping over there, I have some contacts already.
That's all you need. A couple of key contacts built, and then they'll inform you on where you're, where the key people.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks for your encouragement. No, it's nice. How's it doing? Yeah. Oh, are you fighting for you? I think you're with
So I registered and went to have a title like those two movies are. And it started, and it's like some Australian thing with ILO. So I went to a table and met all these ILO people. And
this is similar.
the edges are all the same. It's dark. I didn't realize there was so much focus on darkness. But anyway, and then it announces Australian DFD ILO second day of the conflict. Wow. So I just they gave me all the material.
That's super useful.
We should have some really pioneers. So they go, oh yes, I just got lured by you. I think there's somebody from DFD.
No way.
And yeah.
Please give me some contact.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I don't know if Edgar knows if there's a very similar conference going on.
I don't know.
What's the floor? Is it
downstairs? Like you get off of the elevator and they have all their things, but they have the tag letters.
Oh.
So I just wandered.
Look at you. So funny. At least you didn't stay for too long.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our session again. And Larry Rainton was advisor to CDI. He will moderate the session. Please.
Thank you, Sarani. Karani. Thank you. I'm technically challenged person, clearly. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Larry Strange. I'm the Senior Advisor to CDRI. I was the Executive Director for 11 years and was succeeded by the distinguished Dr. Chamrati in September of last year. I was telling my fellow panelists, I now describe my situation as very limited power but significant influence. And this is a very happy position to be in. It's a pleasure to see you all here this morning and an honour to be asked to chair this session. I'm also pleased, particularly to see in the audience, members of our Greater Mekong Sub-Region Research Network, which has enjoyed a very productive partnership with IDRC for many years. And we've done a range of groundbreaking work on issues including inclusive growth, health education, and various other issues. When I stepped down from CDRI, I was asked to write a think piece about my experience. And I thought it's time to be a little bit provocative. So one section was called 3 of the most misused terms in the development lexicon. The 3 terms were partners and partnership, capacity building, capacity development, and civil society. Let me focus only on partnership. I want to focus on this because in that article I said over the years CDRI had a very positive relationship with almost all of the multilateral and bilateral development agencies. But sadly, we had really only had 2 partners. And those partners were Swedish SIDA and IDRC. Why was that so? Because they understand what being a real partner is. They sit down with you, we collaboratively community. Having said that, let's move on to the panel discussion at hand. We have 3 distinguished speakers, Dr. Gordon Benjamin, Mr. Gregory Randolph, and Ms. Aria. Schedule 10 each. Then I'd like to really ensure we open up to draw local experience from those from the Greater Mekong sub-region countries and beyond, for example, Bangladesh, who are dealing with these challenging issues on a day-to-day basis. So we'll take a little bit of the coffee break allocated because we have started a bit late, but let's begin. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Gordon Benjamin, who's the Professor of the Faculty of Social Sciences, School of International Development and Global Studies at the University of Ottawa, to speak to us on what do we know about designing labour market regulations in the Mekong, lessons from developing countries. Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank CDRI and IDRC, very similar kind of letter for organizing this workshop, and I'm delighted to have received an invitation to participate in it. This is a big question. I have 10 minutes to cover it, so I'm going to be very brief on what I want to talk about today, and hopefully in the discussion period we'll get a chance to get into this in more detail. We're here today to talk about a critical issue. When I think about the economics of development, which is something that I teach at the university, we're always looking for positive experiences, and really over the past number of decades, one of the best examples of economic development has been the East and Southeast Asia model of moving into export-oriented manufacturing and driving development through that path. So we have to recognize how successful in many ways this has been as a development strategy. But as Mr. Cousineau and others said in the opening panel, this economic development, the competitiveness that needs to be achieved in order to succeed in industries like garments needs to be balanced with a very difficult challenge, and that is to ensure that labor conditions promote fairness, a decent standard of living, a chance of upward mobility for workers, non-discrimination, a healthy and safety work environment. We all know the objectives in that. Today we're going to hear a lot about the challenges involved in balancing that competitiveness with these fair and decent labor conditions. And we're also going to hear about some very interesting ideas and practices that are emerging that I think hold a lot of promise. But ultimately, at the center of all of this has to be government. And I wanted to talk in my few minutes today about what we know about government designed and implemented labor standards and how it might apply to the subject we're talking about today. First of all, this is a really difficult and politicized issue, and in any country that has gone through the process of debating labor regulations and reforming regulations, there's always this tension between two sides. And one side is a view that is very pro-regulation, pro-institutions, and it essentially argues that the kinds of standards and regulations we're here to talk about today are absolutely essential for promoting the power imbalances in the labor market. But not only do they play a big role, according to this view, in promoting fairness and worker rights, but this pro-institutional view goes even further and says that even economic growth in the long run can benefit from good labor regulations and good labor standards. So it's not just an equity argument, it's also an economic efficiency argument. But on the other side of the debate, and these two views always clash when we're talking about labor standards, you have kind of the classic market view that labor regulations have a high risk of being distortions, as economists use the word, in the labor market, that ultimately they hurt competitiveness, they hurt productivity, they hurt employment, and even in the end, they have the unintended consequence of actually, in some cases, harming the employment opportunities of the very groups that they're intended to protect. So anytime we talk about the challenge we're here today to discuss, we have to be explicit about recognizing these two conflicting views. So when you have a very politicized and in some ways ideological issue, I think it's really, really important to focus on, well, what does the evidence tell us about the impacts of what we're talking about? So when we talk about labor regulations, it's really important to see what research has told us about whether these regulations actually achieve their objectives. Do they address the so-called market failures and mitigate the power imbalances, provide protection and insurance for workers? And on the other hand, what are their economic consequences? When we have strong minimum wages, strong health and safety regulations, when we have strong job security rules, what do they do for employment, for wages, for productivity? So what I'm going to talk about in the remainder of my time is the results of work we did at the World Bank as part of the World Development Report on Jobs in 2013. And we studied a big emerging literature in developing countries about the impacts of labor regulations. What happens when countries increase the minimum wage? What happens when countries strengthen job security rules? And again, with these two very polarized views, advocates on both sides tend to argue that the results are very strong in one way or very strong in the other way. And what we really found, and I'm not going to get into the details of all of our research, but we looked in particular at two types of labor regulations. One was minimum wages, and one was what we call employment protection rules, severance payments, rules that promote job security through contracts. So these are just two of many, many aspects of labor regulation. And really what we found at the end of the day was that these regulations, as they operate in dozens and dozens of developing countries around the world, tend to be much more moderate in their impacts than either the pro-institutional group argues they will be. In other words, they don't generate the benefits that the pro-institutional group seems to suggest, at least the magnitude that that view often offers, but nor do they have the costs that the very market-oriented view argues. So in many cases, we were surprised that as countries raise and lower minimum wages, the impacts on the labor market and on economic output tend to be relatively modest. When countries raise or lower severance obligations, increase or decrease job security rules, the effects tend to be relatively modest on employment and outcome. So we were surprised by that, given the heat of the political debate, that the evidence did not really support either extreme view. So what we came up with was a concept that we call the plateau and the cliffs. And what we argue is that countries want to be on what we call the plateau. And this is a range of labor regulation and standards, and it can be quite a broad range, where workers can get some protection, there can be some redistribution to groups that the government wants to support in some way or other. And these equity and distributional benefits can be achieved without any significant impact on jobs or overall economic output. And we find that most countries actually are on that plateau. But we also found that there are these two cliffs on either side of the plateau. One cliff, and this is the one that we call the overregulation cliff. This is the one that economists tend to emphasize. And this is where, in some cases, very, very overly protective regulations, rules that drive up the cost of labor a great deal, can actually have the negative consequences that the classic market view suggests they will have. But we didn't find that situation in a lot of countries around the world. That may be the cliff that most economists talk about, but there's another cliff that we call the underregulation cliff. And that's where rules and institutions are not strong enough or do not exist, and in that way do not provide the protection, the risk management, the support that regulations are intended to achieve in the first place. So our bottom line on this was really to try to find this broad zone in the middle where countries can achieve, where countries can achieve their worker protection objectives, favor groups that they feel need special support in the labor market without the adverse consequences that classical economists argue will exist. Now, in the case of developing countries, there's a particular challenge, and I want to more or less wind up with this. Certainly, like all countries, rich or poor, the idea is to stay in this middle area that we call the plateau. But rules on paper and rules on the ground can differ a great deal. And this is particularly a concern in many developing countries where, because of weak compliance, enforcement problems, and also this very large informal sector that characterizes most labor markets, the whole concept of designing regulations takes on an additional dimension that we don't have to really deal with in the rich industrialized countries. And this plateau comes into place in that as well, because when you have an environment where compliance and enforcement is a problem, one way of making it work is to have regulations that make sense to the players in the first place, okay? So if you can be on that plateau, you're likely to be having a set of rules that most of the actors in the labor market, be it on the employer side or be it on the worker side, more or less agree are relatively appropriate for the country context and are relatively fair in protecting workers without choking off economic activity. So as we talk about these standards today, and many different actors are going to be brought into the discussion, we have very important partnerships that are going on between industry, workers, NGOs, and other actors. We really have to remember the role of government. It has to continue to play an important role in all of this. And for governments to be, in effect, the arbiter of what is the plateau in this particular country context, and to ensure that the country falls on neither the over-regulation nor the under-regulation cliff. Thank you.
Thank you for that extremely concise and helpful introduction to the issues. I have to say, sitting here with my Cambodian hat on, those issues resonate very strongly as a country, as Dr. Reddy pointed out, heavily reliant on the garment industry as a driver of growth, about to move into lower income country status. Government just releases a national industrial development policy that looks at the diversification of industry, and also an emerging demand for more regulation and more services to support workers in the garment industry. So thank you for that. And let's move on now to Mr. Gregory Randolph, the Deputy Director of the Just Jobs Network based in Washington, D.C. and New Delhi, on the subject of global wage trends for apparel workers. Thank you, Gregory.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to be here with you today, and especially an honor to be on the same panel as Dr. Bescherman, whose work I'm sure many of us in the room follow quite closely, and friend and colleague, Ms. Ariana Rossi. So thank you so much for hearing my presentation today, and thank you to IDRC and CDRI for organizing a discussion on this very important topic. I'm going to focus specifically on wages in the apparel sector. Obviously, this conversation is about both wages and working conditions, but I want to give a bit of an overview on wage trends and also talk specifically about the results of a report that the Just Jobs Network, along with some of our partners, released recently. So first of all, just a quick introduction to the Just Jobs Network, because I imagine that this is the first time many of you are hearing of us. We're an independent global research institution, originally founded as a program within a Washington-based think tank, but as of the last 2 years, an independent group focused on both quality and quantity of work. So the research agenda that Dr. Chatterjee outlined this morning of working on more and better jobs is very much aligned with the issues that we work on. And we're working specifically on a few different thematic areas and how they overlap and intersect with employment. So I would be glad to, I'm not going to go into detail about what we're doing in these different thematic areas right now, but I would be glad to talk with you individually at some point today about the projects that we're doing on each of these different areas. I'm going to talk with you first about a report that we put out looking at global wage trends for apparel workers from 2001 to 2011. In this report, we looked at 15 of the top 21 apparel exporting countries to the United States. And we asked two essential questions. The first was, are real wages in the apparel sector actually growing in these top exporting countries? And the second question was, to what extent do apparel wages constitute a living wage? So I won't spend too much on this slide because I think it was very nicely introduced by Dr. Bescherman, but of course we're very familiar with the debate, the context in which Just Jobs and its partners were doing this research, the debate between the apparel sector as a route out of poverty, or the apparel sector as a sort of race to the bottom in terms of wages and working conditions. So that's the context in which we're trying to provide an empirical analysis specifically on wages. In terms of our study, we collected primary data in all of these 15 countries to determine prevailing straight-time wages. So we were not including overtime pay in both 2001 and then in 2011. And to determine real wage growth, we followed the simple methodology of deflating nominal 2011 wages based on aggregate consumer price inflation rates from 2001 to 2011. And then in terms of the living wage, we used a standard market basket analysis, specifically in the Dominican Republic, which was one of the countries where this study was carried out. And then we extended that living wage to other countries in the study using PPP, purchasing power parity conversion factors. So first I want to summarize the results of our study for you, and then I'll talk specifically about how countries in this region performed. So on average, straight-time wages constitute about a third, to be precise, 36.8% of the living wage. So that's the global average in these 15 countries. In 9 of the 15 countries that we studied, apparel sector wages actually declined in real terms between 2001 and 2011. And among these countries, the decline was not insignificant. The average was about 14% decline among the countries among those 9 countries. I've listed for you here the countries in which real wages actually rose. China, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Haiti, and Peru. Of these countries, China is the only one where the convergence between real wages and living wages, or sorry, prevailing wages and living wages will actually, where those wages will actually converge in any sort of near future. So in China, we estimate around 2025 living wage and prevailing wage will be about the same. In India, for instance, it would take about 120 years at the current rate of convergence for those two to be the same. So to look specifically at this region and plus Bangladesh, I'm also including Bangladesh because of how important it is in this conversation. Real wages in Bangladesh dropped about 2%. In Cambodia, where we are today, real wages dropped about 22% over this 10-year period. In Thailand, they dropped about 6%. Vietnam is the only country in this region where real wages rose, and they rose fairly considerably, almost 40%. Now, to compare prevailing wages with living wages, you can see from the chart here that in Bangladesh, both in 2001 and in 2011, the prevailing wage is about 14% of what constitutes a living wage. In Cambodia, we started at 24% in 2001, and that percentage has now dropped to 19% with the decline in real wages. In Thailand, the percentage is higher, although still below 50%. And in Vietnam, despite the growth in real wages, we're still below a third of what constitutes a living wage. I also want to go past the report and talk about a mismatch between the growth of this sector and the growth of productivity in this sector and real wages. So in this table that I've put up here, you can see growth in GDP per worker, so productivity, and real wage growth in the economy as a whole. Those are the first two columns. So as you can see here, there's not a perfect relationship between these two, but with the exception of Bangladesh, the relationship is not, it's not too alarming. We see both productivity growth and real wage growth in the economy as a whole. But as you can see, the apparel sector is somewhat of an exception. So taking the numbers from before, taking the figures that I've already presented you, in Bangladesh, we see a 2.4% drop over this time period, Cambodia, a 22% drop, Thailand, 6%, and only in Vietnam do we see growth. Whereas the sector itself, if we measure it in terms of export volumes, is growing very rapidly. So in Cambodia, 11% is the annual growth rate over this time period, 2006 to 2012. So the economists in the room might say, well, you're using export volumes as a proxy for productivity, and that's problematic. I agree. But if we even dive down and look specifically at productivity, we see that this increase in production is not due to mechanization or necessarily to employment growth at the same rate. In Bangladesh, from 2000 to 2012, export earnings per worker grew 75%, even as real wages were declining. And in Cambodia, real value added per worker, another measure of productivity, grew 20% from 2004 to 2009. At the same time, in that same time period, real wages declined by 7.4%. So we really do see an alarming trend here in terms of the growth of the sector, in terms of its export volumes, in terms of production, in terms of productivity, and yet a decline in real wages. So with the remaining time, I want to talk to you briefly about a few strategies to raise apparel sector wages and sort of how countries in this region are performing on those strategies. So one, of course, is minimum wage legislation, along with better enforcement of current minimum wages. One is the strengthening of collective bargaining rights. And the third, I would argue, is a diversification of manufacturing toward the growth of high value-added sectors. So to look at the first, of course, we are very familiar, everyone in this room follows closely debates around the minimum wage, and particularly in this region. So as we know, Bangladesh, following Rana Plaza and following very intense pressure from the international community and from local civil society and trade unions, raised the minimum wage to $67 in 2013. Cambodia, after very similar debate and standoff between unions and the government, raised the wage, the minimum wage to $128 per month in 2014. But even if we assumed effective enforcement of these wages, it would bring the prevailing wage in these sectors only to 16% of a living wage in Bangladesh, and only about 30% of a living wage in Cambodia. In Vietnam, also in 2001, there was a 40% increase in the minimum wage, which, as I said, partly explains Vietnam's performance. So that's on minimum wages. What about collective bargaining rights? Well, the ITUC's Global Rights Index shows that this is one of the worst regions in the world, unfortunately, for collective bargaining rights. So on the ITU's scale of 1 to 5, all the countries that are included in the index score either a 4 or a 5, which means that they either systematically violate collective bargaining rights, or there's simply no guarantee of collective bargaining rights in these countries. As I'm sure other speakers will address, there's a growing body of research that shows the importance of collective bargaining rights, not only for ensuring that labor's share of income is fair and growing, but also for ensuring political stability, stability for foreign investors, stability for the growth of small and medium enterprises. So this is really an area where this region needs to see major improvements. And then finally, to talk about the last point, which is the diversification of manufacturing. I want to highlight a really important trend, a very important difference that we see between Bangladesh and Cambodia, and between Thailand and Vietnam, which are the other two countries that we've looked at. So as you can see, despite the fact that the classical narrative around countries using apparel as a springboard to enter higher value-added manufacturing, what we see over the last 6 years, these graphs are, in Bangladesh and Cambodia, is that clothing exports still dwarf exports of higher value-added manufacturing. So the other two sectors that I've included on these graphs are the second and third largest manufacturing sectors in these countries in terms of export volume. In Bangladesh, the sectors are stagnant. In Cambodia, they are growing, but they still constitute a very small portion of exports, as you can see. So I want you to compare these two graphs to these two graphs, which are for Vietnam and Thailand. So obviously there are very numerous factors at play here, but there's a critical difference here, which is that non-garment manufacturing in Thailand and in Vietnam constitute a much higher percentage of exports and a much more significant part of the economy. And so I would argue that it's not surprising that in these countries that their performance on the study that we did in terms of growth of real wages and in terms of what percentage prevailing wages in the garment sector are of a living wage, that these two countries perform better. So it's also something for us to think about in terms of, as I said, the traditional narrative around apparel sector. Are countries that are using apparel as an industrial strategy, as a strategy to invite foreign investment and develop manufacturing capacity, are they actually moving up the value chain? And what we see is that some are and some aren't, and that does have an impact on wages in the apparel sector. So I won't spend too much time on this slide, but of course in our discussion and perhaps afterward we can think about and debate what are the most important factors that determine whether or not apparel is a successful springboard toward higher value-added manufacturing. In terms of recommendations, as my presentation would suggest, I think we need a multi-pronged strategy. It's not simply about minimum wage legislation, it's also about strengthening collective bargaining rights and also about ensuring effective industrial policy that enables these countries to diversify their manufacturing sectors and move into higher value-added activities. So we can talk specifically about some of these recommendations perhaps afterward or during the discussion, but I don't want to take any more time. So thank you all very much. I know that was a lot of information, but look forward to talking to you.
Thank you. Another very concise and very thought-provoking presentation. And again, from Cambodia's perspective, I think another interesting issue to explore is in the sense the imperative of quality collective bargaining rights and processes, the related issue of the capacity and quality of the labour unions involved in those collective bargaining discussions, a very, very difficult issue for Cambodia at the moment. It's my pleasure now to invite Ms. Ariana Rossi, the Research and Policy Officer from the International Labour Organization, ILO, to address us on the subject Better Work, a policy solution to place labour at the heart of production networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have the privilege of being the last of a very distinguished panel that has covered a lot of grounds already. So I think I will be hopefully able to be brief and to the point. And before starting, of course, I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to what is sure to be a very interesting and lively conversation. So I'm here representing the ILO IFC Better Work Program. It's a global partnership of these two somehow different institutions that brings together both the ILO tripartite partners, so governments, trade unions, and employers associations, together with other actors that are active in global supply chains. So I will go quite quickly on this because we have all already heard in much more detail the opportunities and challenges brought about by global supply chains, especially when it comes to the garment sector and also in this area. Of course, global supply chains create opportunities, especially for those workers that were originally somehow marginalized by their situation. They were unskilled women, migrants, and they didn't have opportunities or many opportunities for wage employment. So from that point of view, global supply chains really opened up a space for employment and therefore also for income and growth. But on the other hand, this employment also often takes place under conditions that are vulnerable and precarious. And from an ILO perspective, they are not in line with the core labor standards that the organization supports. And I think there is also an issue that is very much related to the comparative advantage that is being pushed for as a development strategy that is often based on low labor costs. From a supply chain perspective, the labor costs are pretty much the only cost that is under the direct control of the suppliers that are in developing countries, and that's why they tend to be the portion of the total cost that is being squeezed the most. It's much harder to control the cost of raw materials or logistics or infrastructure. So that's one explanation. Of course, the other explanation is also that as workers tend to have these characteristics that I mentioned before, very often it's their first job. They tend to be very young and perhaps not highly educated. They also tend to be not fully aware of their rights and not able to have a voice in bargaining for their conditions. And this is, I think, particularly relevant in the garment sector, where these pros and cons of global supply chains have been really up in front of the picture from the very beginning. So I think the garment sector is really an interesting case from a policy perspective because it's where a lot of the interventions trying to address violations in labor standards have been growing and they have been taking place. And this is a little bit of a very simplified evolution of what has been happening since the early 1990s in the global garment industry in terms of policy interventions. I think perhaps when we talk about this, we can all somehow recall there was a Life magazine cover of a Nike football that was being stitched by a child. That was a very, very shocking image for so many consumers around the world. And it really opened up the eyes of people to, well, our products are made in very strange places across the world by perhaps not the people, not under the conditions that we think about. So this led to a big anti-sweatshop activism coming also especially from students in universities, especially in the US and in North America. And this led, the first step was to stimulate buyers to create mechanisms to address these issues. And of course, the very first step was to, I'm sorry, I'm having a moment of dizziness. Just one moment. I apologize for that. Not used to this climate of very hot outside and very cold inside. Sorry for that. I'm here. Brain is connected. So buyers, as a first step, created a lot of proliferation of hundreds of codes of conduct under the banner of corporate social responsibility. This was effective up to a certain extent. There is a lot of literature that demonstrates that there have been improvements due to these buyer codes of conduct when it comes to especially very measurable standards, such as occupational safety and health, very easy fixes. But the limitations of audits has been very well documented, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Also because I really hope to get to the end of this presentation standing. I'm really sorry.
Would you prefer just present sitting down here?
Yeah, you know, I actually would prefer that, if you don't mind. I'm really sorry. If somebody can just switch the...
Yeah, I think that's
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry for the entertainment, I guess. So I think once there was a realization that a voluntary unilateral approach was not sufficient, there was a similar proliferation of initiatives looking at combining not only the private sector and the lead firms in global supply chains, but also the beneficiaries and the actors that also contribute to the functioning of global supply chains in general. This led to many multi-stakeholder initiatives, especially in the garment sector, bringing together civil society, and abuse the word, as we have said, but also workers' organizations and universities and so on. I think the novelty of the Better Work program, which is somehow piloted here in Cambodia, as I'm sure all of you know, as Better Factories Cambodia, it's that, as we have heard before, it has a really important component bringing in governments as well. So it's not really a multi-stakeholder initiative because, yes, it brings together a lot of stakeholders, but it also brings together the key stakeholder when it comes to labor regulation. So I'm very glad that Dr. Betterman brought up the labor regulation plateau, and especially the under-regulation cliff, because this is very much responding to the way that we are seeing Better Work as a policy instrument. So this is a funky chart that we use to try to explain our role in supporting labor standards. We see labor standards as a roof of a house that in normal circumstances and in countries where this plateau is effectively functioning is held up by two main outer walls, two main pillars. On one side, the labor administration and the inspection infrastructure, which is very much the role of the state to enforce. And on the other side, the bipartite partners of workers and employers organizations that are building on bargaining and social dialogue to sustain labor rights. If you click to the next slide, yeah, so, and the next again, what we know is that in an under-regulation cliff, these institutions are either weak or somehow not existing at all. And in those situations, the roof of labor standard cannot be really held up. So it is in these situations that are very common in developing countries that a program like Better Work comes in as additional struts to hold up the roof of labor standards. And it does so really as a sector-based scheme, because it is very, very targeted to the garment sector specifically and to the dynamics of the supply chain. Thank you. So this is just a map. If you click at the next slide, it's just to show you where we are. It's effectively a global program. But of course, especially in terms of numbers, we are very, very large in Asia, and especially here in the Mekong region. And these are just some figures to give you a size, kind of a sense of what the scope of the program is. We are in 8 countries, covering more than 1,000 factories that employ approximately 1.2 million workers. So it's a quite large scope. And I think also the other new and interesting aspect is that we have a very direct partnership with lead firms, more than 60 international brands that are actively engaged in the program and are a key policy actor for us. So I will not talk in the details of how the Better Work program works, both in terms of my concern with time, which got even longer because of my craziness, but also because my colleague Camilla is here from BFC, and she will be a panelist later on today, and she will go in much more detail about how BFC and also in a way Better Work works in practice at the factory level, but rather also because of my own role in Better Work Global in Geneva. I would like to just give you a few notes to think about how labor compliance can be not only, as we think we all assume, an instrument for improved worker well-being and to have a developmental impact, but also an engine for competitiveness. So this is just a snapshot of what we observed through our factory assessments. We monitor compliance with the core labor standards of the ILO and with national legislation. These are averages of non-compliance rates. So the downward trend is good news. That's just to clarify. And this is across 6 of the 8 countries where we work. And it's just, I mean, of course, it's a super simplified chart that makes an unweighted average of very different labor standards. So it's by no means very sophisticated or representative of the complexity of what we are observing, but it is an indication that the baseline compliance assessment is always the most problematic, and we see an improvement trend as Better Work visits factories year after year. I think another aspect that I'm particularly proud of the Better Work program is that we have placed a lot of emphasis on rigorously evaluating the impact of what we do. And not only rigorously, but also independently. So everything that I'm talking about from now on comes from a very large impact evaluation that we have currently ongoing with Tufts University. So I'm taking a lot of credit on their behalf. But the main question is really, again, to see how we use this theory of change, how improved compliance at the workplace is actually really important and matters for worker well-being. So we know that 5% higher compliance means that workers will have 10% higher income, they will remit 9% more, and they will self-report 3% higher improvements in health. We also know, perhaps not surprisingly, that well-being is correlated with compliance with wages and with occupational safety and health and with the lack of harassment. And I think the last one is also particularly interesting. There is a really very high importance that workers place on their health and safety, much more, 4 times more than any other working condition. This is also something that is very powerful and that working as we do at the factory level becomes a really very, very important selling point for commitment to improve working conditions, because we have evidence that compliance leads to increased productivity. It is something that we've been hypothesizing for a long time, but we have now evidence from Vietnam, this is coming from Vietnam, that especially higher compliance on occupational safety and health and working environment indicators leads to increased labor productivity, to the extent that a 1% increase in compliance leads to a reduction of 40 minutes in workers meeting their daily production targets. And this leads, of course, also to increased profitability. And finally, just I know that I'm very much over time, but just a final word on what we know about development impact, because that's really one of the leading questions of the roundtable today, is on how to use or how we can leverage and harness the potential of the garment global supply chain in this region to achieve broader developmental impact. And again, we have increasing evidence that there is a huge spillover effect from the workplace and from the individual worker well-being to the well-being of households and communities on many, many grounds, ranging from remittances and therefore also incomes, but also behavioral changes when it comes to health and safety at the household, communication between husbands and wives, so the gender balance in the household, their budget management, the way in which workers invest in their children's education and how they have increased opportunities to send their children to school. So I think just to conclude, of course, this is one of those topics where I could talk for hours if I didn't faint, but it is, that's nice. But it is, of course, there is just a much more complex debate that one can have about the role of better work as a policy instrument and the complexity that comes from bringing together these different policy actors in a global supply chain to achieve change. I hope I gave you at least some initial notes to discuss, and of course I'll be happy to talk about it later. And of course, as I am still a researcher, even though I am at the ILO, one presentation like this cannot only finish by suggesting additional research. That is, we are increasingly shedding some light on the relationship between improved working conditions and competitiveness and profitability at the factory level. And I think increased attention and further empirical research can only strengthen this argument and can only make it a much more unifying argument for every actor in the supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for your perseverance. Thank you. Under very difficult circumstances. Thank you. Thank you to the three presenters for not only very concise presentations that have respected the time constraints, but happily fitted very neatly together. And I was particularly pleased with the note that Ariana concluded on. As someone who in earlier life was the Deputy CEO of Australia's National Occupational Health and Safety Commission, I can tell you the evidence of the direct link between improved occupational health and safety conditions and productivity was overwhelming and continues to be overwhelming as evidence is collected. I'd also like to go back to Dr. Retti's comment this morning in his introduction that if we are to work together constructively to move forward on these issues, evidence-based support for policy and recommendations is critical. So we're very pleased you're suggesting further research. Okay, let's open it up for questions and discussion. I'm going to take about 10 minutes of your coffee break away from you, so we have plenty of time. Please identify yourself and the organisation you represent. Make your question or comment brief. And can I suggest that perhaps we begin with, excuse me, some comments from the two garment manufacturing associations that are here. We have one from Myanmar, one from Laos. If you wish to make some comments as a priority, I think we'd be very pleased to hear from the private sector in response to the issues that have been raised. But of course, anyone is welcome to make a question or comment. Who would like to begin? Please, at the back.
My name is Fukunishi from Institute of Developing Economies, Japan. And thank you for the nice presentations. I enjoyed very much. And I have one question, maybe two questions, but one big question and two small questions. One big, small, second question small. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was so surprised that Mr. Lato just presented the real wages in Cambodia has increased by minus 22% or something from 2006 to 2012. I have been studying the garment industry in Africa and Asian countries with my colleague. And we have conducted a study, the survey, in 2003 and 2009 in Cambodia. And we have collected wage data from farm side, and we have confirmed that there's a significant increase of the real wage in Cambodia during that period. Also, we have referred to the World Bank studies, which is published as Showing Success. And they use the data of the labor statistics, and they include Cambodia and many other countries as well. They also confirm the increase of real wages in Cambodia. So my question is whether the wage trend has been changed after 2000, maybe 7 or 8 until now. Because I also heard, I'm not a specialist in Cambodia, but I heard from my colleagues that the compliance rate in Cambodia is not improving quite recently. That I heard from my colleagues. So, in my impression, Cambodian government is very good in terms of the working condition. I mean, relative to other government industry like Bangladesh or countries. But is that trend has been changing recently or not? That's what I know as just an overview of the industry in this country. That's one question. And another small question is to the ROC. You just introduced the research outcome of the impact of the PFC or better works on the income or welfare of the workers. Is the study based on they use their control group and counterfactual settings to do a kind of diagnosis?
Thank you. I'm going to take these questions one by one so we have plenty of time up for it.
So thank you very much for that question. So in terms of understanding how wage trends have evolved year to year, unfortunately the study we did is not granular enough to say. So we collected data in 2001 and then in 2011. I believe that our findings are confirmed in other sources as well. So for instance, the data that I shared on real value added per worker versus real wages in the garment sector was not taken from our analysis. That was taken from a different source that I'm happy to share with you. I do think that one of the interesting trends that I highlighted is that real wage growth in Cambodia as a whole is actually increasing faster than productivity. So I'm not sure whether the research you're talking about is specific to the garment sector or whether it was across the economy, but real wage growth has been about, from 2006 to 2012, has been about 10%, on average 10% a year in Cambodia, whereas productivity growth has been about 7%. So it's interesting to note that that in terms of the economy as a whole, there is real wage growth in Cambodia, and that is a positive sign. But our research shows, and I believe other sources confirm, that real wage growth in the garment sector specifically has not kept pace with productivity and in fact has declined. So, but I'd be happy to take this offline and we can compare sources, so it'd be very interesting to do that.
Thank you for that question. So initially, we started the impact evaluation design as a randomized control trial. So there was the plan of having a control group. I guess the way that I'm saying it suggests that the plan is materialized, and in fact, it's true. As I'm sure all of you know, these experimental designs can be very demanding, especially when combined with a complex intervention, such as the one of Better Work. So what we have now is a quasi-experimental design that is within the Better Work Factories universe. So, so we don't have effectively information from a control group per se. What we have is a match of our own information, both coming from the compliance data that is collected at the factory level by our own staff, and worker and manager surveys that we do as part of this independent evaluation, with broader existing data sets at the country level, such as living standard surveys or household surveys that we are able to match and use as almost as a constructed control group.
So you compare the wages in other sectors, right? Garment sector workers and the workers in other industry sectors.
It can be both. Well, in Cambodia, it would definitely be like that because the program is industry-wide. It covers all garment factories. But in countries like Vietnam and Indonesia, where our program is voluntary and covers a subset of factories, we are actually also able to see whether there is a difference in the better work factories vis-a-vis garment factories that are not enrolled in the program.
Thank you. Let's move on. I'm taking a question here, then gentleman at the back and gentleman at the front. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Moriwan Kapong from Laos. I'm looking for a training center that under LG, the Association of the Garment Industry. So my question is related to the Better Work project. It's not really a question, but just exchange opinion. Last month, I had a friend from Bangladesh. We visited more than 10 factories in Laos, and he said, I'm wondering why Laos cannot get order from the big brand like Disney or Adidas. The working condition in Laos garment factory is much more better compared from other countries. So I'm talking with the authority, and then they said that to apply better project in Laos is not cannot apply full concept. So maybe part of that. So I would like to know from your perspective, in case of Laos, do you have any idea or recommendation to apply just project? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, indeed, this is a question that comes up a lot, not only for Laos, but for a lot of garment-producing countries, because it is true that especially BFC has played a really significant role in establishing Cambodia as an ethical sourcing destination, and therefore also to support the competitive advantage of the industry here. It's a complex question to answer. I think there's multiple ways of doing so. One is that the Better Work package, let's say, is very complex and diverse. So it's not just one intervention, such as, let's say, training. There is training, but there's also there is a very strong emphasis on social dialogue at the factory level, building bipartite committees. There is, of course, all the work at the sectoral level, working with employers' associations and unions. There is engagement with buyers. So it's very composite and very diverse. And I think, of course, there's a lot of lessons learned that can be drawn by every single one of these components. And that's also our responsibility when it comes to our work with our partner kind of parent institutions, the ILO and the IFC, because the idea is exactly to use the existing Better Work country programs almost as incubators for policy interventions, and inform the ILO and the IFC in their policies and in their additional interventions to just to learn from these examples and follow perhaps a similar path. So that could be definitely an option that can be explored in many other countries and situations, as well as sectors, because of Better Work is only active in the garment and footwear sector for now.
Thank you. I think to be followed up further. Gentleman at the back, gentleman here. Myanmar.
Morning, everyone. Thank you. This is a great presentation. I'm Dave Welsh. I'm the country director for the Solidarity Center, which represents the American Federation of Labor, the AFL-CIO here. I've been here for 4 years. I was the country director in Bangladesh for 4 years before that. More of a comment, really, but just all of this is obviously very hopeful, and it's a very valid point to talk about government's responsibility in terms of occupational health and safety, allowing collective bargaining, minimum wage. But it seems to me, and we may address it later on, that the big white elephant in the room, frankly, is that particularly in the garment sector, and particularly in a context where both in Cambodia and Bangladesh, effectively the garment sector controls 80% of the export economy, the spillover effect as to, in terms of the government's ability to raise or establish in Cambodia a minimum wage in any other sector is predicated on the movement of the garment sector. That the white elephant that hasn't really been touched upon is the fact that more than any other industry I can think about, the major brands, and by that, not a sort of nebulous group, but a very identifiable group of 14 to 20 brands set the trends deliberately on wages in each country and invest in each country up to a certain level, depending on this, and apply enormous pressure both on the industry and the government in passive ways, and I can give you anecdotes in very blunt ways in terms of keeping wages low, and that is really the the driving and primary force as to why there is no living wage throughout the entire global garment sector, really. And until these things are addressed on a brand level, I think, and I would hope that I thought to discuss this later on in the day, that really is the prevailing factor and the absolute determining factor as to giving governments mobility to continue to attract and maintain a garment sector, and why wages are so low. So hopefully there'll be time to discuss that, and I'm happy to share my experience over 10 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Gentleman at the front.
Hello, I am from Bangladesh, and Kondurikulam was working at Center for Policy Dialogue, CPD, it's a civil society think tank. And thanks for good deliberations this morning. My first question to Dr. Gordon Bishoman. You have actually emphasized on regulatory part and particularly on government's role. In a value chain process, when relatively more role is played by the buyers, retailers, as well as the suppliers. So whether the only emphasis on the government is sufficient enough, when the enforcement part is much more important. And we often found that they are actually playing much more bigger role. So what kinds of frame you actually like to consider in terms of implementation point of view, or more role from buyers and suppliers along with the government, whether you have any kinds of view regarding that. My second question regarding to Mr. Randolph, and thanks for your presentation. And we have actually calculated the living wage in the context of Bangladesh garment sector, but our estimate shows much more less than what you have found. And we have based on the ILO's living wage concept, and by that we use the nutritional intake and 5% of their savings like that. And we found half of the estimate that you have actually proposed for Bangladesh. So it's more like to know about your estimate, how do you find that? But my point is that what we should actually emphasize, the living wage for the sector or living wage for the across the countries, when all the sectors are not at the same level of development in terms of the competitiveness, and what kinds of implications of it, of a living wage in a sector of a very high level compared to the national real wage, which is at a very low level. So definitely it has various kinds of implications. And just
Thank you. I'm only allowing you 2 questions. I'm sorry, very authoritarian.
Okay, thanks for your question. I can only partially answer it. I think there's others, and I'm thinking particularly of Mariana, who can, I think, talk about the role of government in the global value chains in garments. And one of the interesting things about Better Work is that, some of these earlier CSR type initiatives often sort of kind of went around government on the assumption that that was probably a more effective way of achieving what the parties wanted. But the reality of it is that we're here to talk about garments, and we're talking about relatively small numbers when you think in terms of a country's overall workforce. So my emphasis on the government really as mediating the very different interests of the different parties, B, providing relevant information to make informed policy choices, and C, then dealing, being the primary responsible actor for enforcement and dispute resolution. I think that in these discussions, this just needs to be very much front and center, because however successful some of the initiatives are that we're talking about in the garment sector, if they ultimately don't spill over into better regulatory paradigms for the country as a whole, the development impacts of whatever progress is made in garments that's certainly critical, and that's what we're here to talk about today. But from a broader development sense, the spillovers essentially have to come from governments. No countries that have good labor conditions and respect for labor standards, all those countries ultimately have governments that can play these key roles that I was talking
about. Thank you very much for your question. I think it would be interesting for us to perhaps compare our methodology on determining the living wage. Like I said, ours is based on a market basket analysis, which I know is also the methodology that the ILO uses. I guess if yours is half the wage that we estimated, that would still mean that the prevailing wage in the sector is less than a third of what would constitute a living wage. So I think that the point still stands essentially, regardless of which measure we use, that prevailing wage is not approaching even a living wage. And also given that real wages are declining in the sector, we're not moving toward convergence regardless of what marker we use for the living wage. So I think, but of course we can compare the methodologies at some point. In terms of your question of should we have, if I understand your question correctly, it's should we have living wage based on sector? You know, from my point of view, living wage is a basic standard that applies across the country, across an economy. And so we might have different types of interventions in different sectors in order to help prevailing wages approach living wage or converge with living wage. But I would imagine that the standard itself is a basic human right.
Thank you. Representative from Myanmar, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm from Chamber of Commerce and I am the Secretary General of Government Association. The first is to ILO, is that labor costs are the only portion of total cost that suppliers can control. Who do you mean suppliers, the brands or the manufacturers? Then, this is not the case with Myanmar, because you have to understand the mode of the business mode. We are contract manufacturers. The labor costs are in the hands of the consumers and the brands, not in us. I want to argue that. Yeah, then okay, no. It's just the mode of the business is different. We receive only the making charge. And then this making charge includes everything, the salary, the logistics, the production, everything is in there. So this is not in our hand. Okay, that's one thing. And another one with the professor, the plateau one, thank you very much, I like it very much. But in Myanmar case, I don't want to say that it's over-regulation or under-regulation, because our laws coming up in a rush thing, the politicized things. So what happened is, the laws are over-regulated when compared to the capacity of people who's going to implement the law. That I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And your second point resonates very much with the situation in Cambodia. Diana first, and then
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify my comment. I think it's very true what you're describing as a situation that is very typical in the government supply chain, in which the manufacturer receives. I mean, there is obviously a power play in the situation in which the manufacturer is in a situation is a price taker rather than a price maker from an economic point of view. However, what I wanted to argue is that within that price that is being taken, that is somehow negotiated, but also very much directly coming from buyers, within that price, the labor cost portion is in the hands of the manufacturers, as is dealing with raw materials, as it is dealing with electricity and customs and transport costs. And it is much harder to negotiate, or actually, I would say it's pretty much impossible to negotiate on customs or electricity costs, whereas it is effectively possible to squeeze on labor costs. That was my argument.
thank you. Perhaps more in the coffee break on this.
Yeah, very briefly. Yeah, this concept of a plateau is very much country specific. So the regulations that would put Myanmar on a plateau would be very different than the regulations that would put Switzerland on a plateau. So, the conditions really matter. The particular case of Myanmar, in a lot of developing countries that I work in, and this gets back to my point at the beginning of my talk about the very opposing views on labor standards. I've worked in many countries where the employers say that the regulations are far too complicated and far too protective and rigid for the economy to be able to effectively function with it. And then on the other side, you have workers who say that the regulations don't offer enough protection. So you always have this kind of debate going on. And to kind of make your way through that opposition, I think you really need to try to, in as neutral a fashion as possible, say, well, what does the evidence actually say? And in preparing for this visit to the region, we took a little bit of a quick look at, in the case of Myanmar and its neighbors, whether employers considered labor regulations to be a really binding constraint in their operations. And the reality of it is that most employers in this region do not consider labor regulations to be one of the major constraints they face. That then raises another question. Is that because the regulations are just not complied with? Or is it because the regulations are roughly okay and the country's on the plateau? So this is the kind of evidence-based analysis that I think is really critical to get the debate on regulations beyond just they're too strong or they're not strong enough.
Thank you. I'm going to take a final intervention from our good friend G.S. Ray, the president of the Cambodia Economic Association, then Coffee. Ray.
Thank you for the introductions, and I don't have to introduce myself. I think this is a follow-up comments on what our friends from Myanmar are saying, is that a lot of things that has been raised here is about what the government of the manufacturer, the supplier, should be doing to improve working conditions and minimum wages and so on. And this is an example. Like last night, I met with the chairman of the Cambodian Garment Factory Associations, and I asked him what has, in general, the development of the sector. And what he's told me is that there were 8 brand name government who very much advocate increase in minimum wages. But when that happened, the order from those 8 brands reduced by 20% in Cambodia. And this is usually the problem of many governments, is that yes, the government want to improve their people working conditions and minimum wage, but at the same time, they have to be mindful of what will be the implications on economic growth. And that is not an easy balance to do. All the time when the government decide on the policies, they will think, would that take away the orders from our industry? Would that drive away investors to other countries in Vietnam or Laos or Myanmar, for instance, where wages is relatively lower? Now, my suggestion and probably comments is that government of the brand names garment industry, I mean Canada, Spain, or US, who house those the headquarters of those brand names, should be doing something in terms of imposing certain measures in terms of minimum conditions and minimum wages. I think in that way, other countries, we can at least compete on the level playing field, in the sense that if you come to Cambodia or you come to Laos or you come to Myanmar, the minimum condition is the same everywhere. And then the brand can decide where they want to go. But at the moment, and I'm glad to hear that there's a code of conduct as part of their CSR, but then code of conduct is code of conduct. It's not enforceable, I mean, from the legal perspective. So they would just, and the worry from the government is probably on that. So the pressure, yes, put on the government of the supplier, but it should also be imposed on the buyers in terms of minimum requirement before they select certain location as a supplier.
Thank you. Brief responses from anyone on the panel.
I think this is a very important point that you've raised, and also, of course, it's an argument that we hear from the private sector and from government quite often in the countries that we're considering. I'd like to return to a point that I made in my presentation, which is about the diversification of manufacturing. I think it's very important in terms of these countries having greater autonomy to raise living standards and raise wages, to have a more diversified manufacturing sector so that they are not so dependent on the orders of a few brands. And as I discussed in my presentation, there are certain countries in this region that are doing a better job of diversifying than others. I would say that based on our analysis of export volumes, that Bangladesh, which is, our director was in a conversation recently with the finance minister of Bangladesh, and he said, well, you know why we're emphasizing garments is because, of course, we're going to move into higher value-added manufacturing. But when you look at what's actually happening, there's no movement to higher value-added manufacturing. And so I think that in terms of, I certainly take your point about the ways in which governments in industrialized countries where these brands are headquartered can play a larger role. But I also think that taking pressure off of this one particular sector and diversifying manufacturing is an effective strategy. So I'm also interested in learning more about Cambodia's initiatives to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
Yeah, just very quickly on this point about responsibilities of the industrialized countries that are home to the brands. That, of course, is not something that industrialized countries have really felt should be an area for their policy intervention. But interestingly, in Canada, this is starting to come up, and not because of the responsibilities of garment companies in developing countries, but it's coming up through the environmental side, where the debate is much further along, where especially natural resource mining companies in Canada operating in other countries, it's becoming more and more of a policy debate. What standards should the Canadian government impose on them to meet sort of responsible environmental behavior? And maybe there's a lot to be learned from that for the whole garment and labor, because the dynamics are quite similar.
Thank you. I think you'll agree we've had three excellent presentations that have fitted very effectively together. We've had a rich discussion amongst the participants that's together, I think, set a very good framework for the rest of the day's discussion. Please join me in thanking our presenters and those who've contributed to the session. Thank you very much.
We would like to invite you for coffee breaks and come back at 11 o'clock.
come to fruition and to really connect very well topic after topic in the current agenda. So we had a very interesting overview of the issues related to labor regulations, the status on wages, some of the global interventions like better work. And we've also heard a number of you raising extremely interesting questions. Some of them appear to be more controversial than they sound. Some of them were just controversial. I think that the issue of labor will always touch us all in very different ways, and we have to be prepared to deal with them. IDRC as a research-focused organization is actually quite best place to have these discussions with a quite a cool head, lots of evidence, and lots of very smart people like yourselves to be able to make sense out of that evidence. And we think that when we started a few years back on labor market research, a lot of people did not understand very well what it was. The more and more our program has evolved to just use the term jobs. And that definitely has like a kind of a proximity that is good, and it's also bad because it can get you into a lot of trouble. But managing it well, it really brings the interesting people in the subject, people who were not interested in research becoming interested in research, and researchers becoming interested in what actually it means to have a job, to observe job regulations, etc. So this is a very interesting subject and very important for development. The second section, and we're running a few minutes behind, the second section of this roundtable will be actually going deeper into the context of Asia. We're going to be looking at different angles that we could be using in order to improve working conditions. We're going to dig deeper into the example of Cambodia with Camila Roman, looking at better factories, better work from the experience of Cambodia, where the program has been in existence for several years. Camila is Deputy Program Manager and Technical Officer of Best Factory Cambodia, ILO, here in Phnom Penh. We're also going to hear from Mr. Ashim Roy, and he's going to talk about the Asian floor wage. Also, like with the controversies that the term has brings to several sectors of the community. He's a trade unionist and a labor researcher, and he's also part of the Clean Clothes campaign in India. Our presenter our panelist from Bangladesh, Dr. Kodakar Ghulam Mozem, he will be talking about garment value chains after the Rana Plaza. His institution, the Center for Policy Dialogue, which is a proud member of the think tank initiative, also supported by IDRC, is the one that has had this, the courage to talk about the lessons for Bangladesh in Bangladesh after such a tremendous tragedy took place. And he's the additional research director from the center. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Dev Nathan, who's a professor at the Institute for Human Development in Delhi, and he is a research fellow at Duke University. He's going to be talking about engine sweatshops, examples of making global value chains accountable. So all of them will be making the presentations in the same fashion as the first time. They're going to try to keep their presentations for about like 10 minutes. I'll let them give them a sign just before, and then we are going to be open the floor for discussion, and that will be preparing us for the lunch break. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We should start with Camila, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Edgar, for the introductions, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. It's great to see a discussion on such an important topic with representations from different countries. I think there's a lot that can be learned across countries from different experiences and from different stakeholders that care about this topic. I'm here today to talk about the experience of Better Factories Cambodia. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, but I would just like to walk through So I'm just gonna walk you through a bit of the history and the evolution of Better Factories Cambodia, looking at how the program changed as the external environment changed and as we learned about different ways of doing things and about making a stronger impact both at the factory level and at the institutional level. But let me give you a quick snapshot of where we are now. Better Factories Cambodia monitors over 500 factories, covering almost 500,000 workers, and we collaborate with 35 buyers. We are also we have expanded in the footwear sector with 10 factories covering over 35,000 workers. But where did it all started? In '99, there was a Cambodia-US trade agreement which granted expanded access to the US market, linking them to improvements in compliance to labor standards. And there was an ILO project set up to monitor and report on progress. This was later became known as Better Factory Cambodia. What happened in the early days was that monitoring and public reporting lowered the probability of non-compliance in factories, and Cambodia started to gain a reputation as a sourcing destination with higher standards than other countries in the region and beyond. 2005, the trade agreement, as it was known, expired. The BFC monitoring program continued, but there was a suspension of public reporting. And what did we see started happening was that the pace in compliance in the years right after started to slow down. And there was a recognition by the program, but also in the wider circles of stakeholders that are interested in improving compliance, that monitoring and auditing alone is not sufficient to drive sustainable change. So with that in mind, BFC added two components to his work, and that are aiming at strengthening the factory capacity for training and advisory support. And this led to the model as it is now. So BFC works through assessment, monitoring, which is mandatory for export factories in Cambodia, and training and advisory services, which are voluntary. What do we do when we talk about training programs? Training programs for BFC are about building knowledge and practical skills to solve problems and address non-compliance points. And they target factory managers, workers, and supervisors. Training topics range from labor law, human resource management, workplace cooperation, occupational health and safety, and supervisory skills. In 2014, we had 44 trainings with almost 900 participants from 420 factories. But in order to go deeper into factory level improvement, BFC started to provide it a very important component of its work, which is advisory services. Advisory services are in-house coaching of factory managers and workers so they can be able to drive improvement in their workplaces. The focus is on joint problem solving and social dialogue, and they work through a mechanism that is a committee that is created at the enterprise level with representations from trade unions and management. And this committee is in charge of driving the improvement process. And coaching by BFC is really tailored to factory needs so that each factory receives the sort of supports that it is responding to their biggest gaps or their biggest challenges in terms of capacity. So what did we see? We've seen how the program evolved over time. What did we see from when we started in 2001 until 2013? We see that overall compliance trends have improved under all clusters: contracts, wages, hours, leave, welfare, labor relations, health and safety, and fundamental rights. At the same time, you can see that there are hiccups, to put it in a positive way. These are obvious when there was an end of the first public disclosure program, and when the US-Cambodia trade agreement ended, and in 2013, we started seeing a slow down of increases in compliance and even a stalling or some negative trends. It was at that point that it was believed that something else should be done to really accelerate improvements and increase confidence in Cambodia as a sourcing destination. And that's when the introduction of public reporting again in the program is really aiming at fulfilling these goals. Public reporting, also known as transparency, provides factory information on compliance on 21 critical issues and puts together a list of low compliance factory that are monitored and reported against 52 legal measures. We see big changes in terms of improvement pre and post transparency. So our lessons is that public disclosure works. It's an important trigger for change at the factory level. We've seen a 16% increase in compliance on holding regularly evacuation drills. We see a 12% increase in compliance with the correct payment of benefits and entitlement. And these are just some examples of the concrete changes that we've seen as a result of the Transparency Initiative. We've been talking almost all morning about compliance, but what does it really mean? I think Ariana already started touching upon it. Of course, it's proven that it leads in improvements in workers' well-being, but also higher productivity for factories. And there is also some clear link in terms of buyers' attraction and retention by factories, especially for when it comes to compliance with core labor standards. But it's also about positioning Cambodia vis-a-vis other countries. If there is a certain assurance of that certain standards are maintained in Cambodia, reputation-sensitive buyers are more likely to stay and invest in the long term in the country. An important point I would like to make is that I've covered so far a lot of our factory level work. But BFC really works with a range of stakeholders. So we have our factories to whom we provide monitoring, advisory and training services. We have buyers that receive reports from factories they subscribe to and that collaborate with us in terms of mainstreaming and coordinating in the support that is provided to the factory to increase compliance. But very importantly, at the national level, we're also working with the GMAC, the Employers Association of the garment industry, with trade unions and with the government. And I should also mention that BFC is not the only program of the ILO. The ILO is collaborating with the three constituents on complementary programs in terms of trade union capacity building, collaborations with GMA, capacity building of different government departments. But what do we do specifically as BFC in terms of national stakeholder engagement? We have a project advisory committee, which is made by unions, GMAC, Ministry of Labor, and Ministry of Commerce. We collaborate with the Ministry of Labor in conducting joint visits to non-compliance factories. We hold joint workshops and industry seminar. And we have recently signed in December 2014 an MOU with GMAC on eliminating child labor in the garment sector. And the MOU is aiming at stepping up efforts in terms of remediation and child labor prevention in the garment sector. At the same time, we also feel that our engagements should not be limited to factory services or even national level stakeholders, but that we should do something that directly relates to workers' welfare and workers' outreach. Currently, we are conducting a study on the impact of food provisions in factories on workers' health and productivity. We have developed a labor law application, which is aimed at increasing access to and increasing understanding of what the labor law says in Cambodia. We have an educational program which is mobile-based, which is a quiz on the labor law for garment factory workers. And again, it's a way to raise awareness, make them, give them a better understanding of their rights. And we have a peer education program whereby 19 factory workers have been trained to become peer educators on issues like the labor law, occupational health and safety, and anti-fainting measures. And I think that this is an important channel to really reach out to workers. Looking ahead, we realize that it's more and more important to look at system in order to have lasting change at the enterprises. And when we talk about systems, we're talking about grievance mechanisms in place. We're talking about human resource management system. We are talking about occupational health and safety management system. And this is something that we are increasingly covering in our training and advisory services. We are also placing increased emphasis on ownership and capacity building of bipartite committee at the workplace. And this has been done through the introduction of a self-diagnostic tool, which allows committees to be more proactive in finding the problems and the solutions that need to follow to increase compliance. We believe in public reporting because we see the impact that public reporting can deliver, and so we're going to continue on that. And we want to have a deeper level of institutional engagement at the national level with our tripartite constituents, including the government's union and the employers association. Because, as Ariana mentioned this morning, the key pillars for upholding labor standards are also our social dialogue and a strong labor administration and labor protection system. Thank you very much.
That's very compact presentation of such a rich program, Camila, and the message about the public reporting resonates as a common sense but measure, yet a very difficult step to take at times. So it's really a wake-up call for some of these type of interventions that they may appear to be so simple, yet they may be so complex and require a lot of effort on to put it in place and to follow it up. Ashik, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for introducing me, and thanks to IDRC and for calling us here for making a presentation. Just a few words before I begin on the topic. The Asia Flow Wage Campaign Group is a coalition of grassroots plant-level unions in the garment industry, labor rights organization, and labor researchers, and women organization working in the garment industry. So it's basically a grassroots coalition that has the basic frame of actually looking at some of the problems from an action research framework. And that's where we began our whole process from. This is the first time actually we attempted a regional living wage concept. And I don't want to elaborate on that, but primarily the living wage concept has come in a national framework. And we felt it was important, and I'll give the reasons for it, as to why we felt that it was important to have a regional living wage concept. And the slides will be actually telling us exactly how we calculate it. But before that, it came from actually the real experience of trade unions in the ground level. That first, generally the garment industry is not unionized very extensively, but wherever the unionization did take place and where we could achieve a collective bargaining, and as you know, most of the collective bargaining are time bound, and so there are bargaining cycles for the collective bargaining. Our experience showed that we couldn't sustain a collective bargaining agreement more than one cycle, precisely because the moment we had a wage bargaining concept coming into the industry tends to really relocate itself to some other place. So that was a real concrete problem that we had to raise. And so our research began to understand where is this relocation taking place. One of the interesting, and this is again, I'm saying it's not a rigorous analysis, but there is a very strong industry, and we come from the industry, so we know where the industry is going, where our plants are going, where our buyers are going, and we came to a conclusion which needs to be rigorously tested, but we do believe that it is so, is that the tendency of the buyers to go was not globally, that you never had a buyer who had a unionized factory in India shifting to, let's say, Guatemala or to Germany, or for that matter to Turkey, it would tend to go to a region. And that is why we felt that there's a clustering of the sourcing, or what is called the sourcing of the garment is clustered around certain regions. And as we started looking at it, and we started looking at the structure of the global supply chain framework, we also figured out it is primarily determined on the what is called the FOB price. And we actually are looking at this point of data to show how the FOB price is clustered around regions. And that gave us a reasoning and a strong grounding to look at a regional concept. That was the first one. The second key point that came up was that when we started looking at the wages from the garment sourcing companies in Asia, we also figured out that we were, in fact, when we began research in 2005 and 2006, that there was a certain band within which the wages were. And the wages were, if you look at the national currencies, we had no comparative framework. But moment, and that was an interesting part, that the World Bank had come with a PPP framework, and we were the first one to use a PPP framework to look at the wage data. And suddenly we found that the dispersion was very, very narrow, and we were coming to a clarity that there was a wage level which was also comparative in net purchasing power parity. These were the two actual experiences which led us to believe that there possibly could be a bargaining framework, and that required that we have some kind of a measure to decide what the living wage should be in a region. And that was the beginning of our Asia Flow Wage Alliance. Once we started trying to get into the idea of a living wage, well, the core concept that came up that primarily the living wage is built on an idea that there are national mechanisms. There are different methods, but basically what you look at is what are the components of a living wage, and how do you add up to according to the needs of the people in a particular country, and then combine and see how much it costs. What that was, and if you were to look at it, you would figure out that it is so extensive and the research is so wide, and there are so much debate that you couldn't really come to a robust figure. And that is what really led us to think that let us try to build up what could be a robust figure. We are an action researcher. We are not really going to find details of the debate here. So we were looking at what is a robust idea of a living wage that could be compared in a region. And that led us to dividing basically the total cost or what is the needs into broadly what is called the food cost, and I'll come to that. So basically food cost and non-food cost. We figured out that the food cost and the non-food cost is something, if you combine, is what a living wage is. And this is exactly how relatively most of the people who have been researching on the living wage have said it. In this, the non-food cost is the one that is most varied. There is no universality on that. There is no common grounds on that. So we felt that we cannot use an additive approach. And this was the first time we using what is called a factoring approach. We tried to really just calculate the food cost and then try to see whether there's a factor by which we can conduct a living wage. The reason is that as the global institutions were started looking at the poverty issue, one of the most widely available data and a normative framework on the question of poverty, on the question of food component was established. So we have a fairly good amount of data on that and good amount of kind of rigorousness on that. So we felt that the food cost could be a very important factor. Now, so what was the basic concept? This is the famous Engels concept, which says that as countries and people, go up the value or go up the development index, the amount of money that they use for food reduces. So basically, we try to locate and figure out where are the countries that we're talking in Asia, where are they located in this curve, and what is a broad framework of the factory. And I'll come back, I don't want to go into detail, but the countries that we looked into in Asia, which are garment producing, we roughly come within the 10% range of 50-50. That means almost 50% of the working class consumptions on the wage good consumption is on food and the non-food. So we could simply use the food data and then use it as a multiplier factor to figure out what a wage should be, a living wage. So there are there are again a lot of studies on that. Now, we wanted, after all, we wanted to come with a broad idea of what could be the calorie content of the food. Now, there are two core concept. Different countries have different values that have been worked out. None of them have actually decided on a living wage concept. So legally, there is no definition, except for one country, that's what we use as a base, to decide what a living wage, food component for a living wage would be. So one of the way of comparative way would be to figure out exactly each food. We didn't do that. We decided each countries have their own food basket. So we made the food basket variant. But what we did was that we ensured that every food basket, which is including the best nutritionally effective food basket the country has, but look at how much of that food basket gives in a proportionate fashion the calorie content that we want. We decided to use the 3,000 calorie content for a simple reason that there's one country in Asia where the ILO built up a living wage program and built up a living wage concept, and that's in Indonesia, and Indonesian government has decided that the 300 calories per adult is the legally defined calorie content. And so we felt that in Asia, that was one of the few countries in the world which has actually legislated what a calorie content for a living wage is, and we felt we should not derogate from that point of view and use that as a concept. So having built up that, we looked at, as I said, the average consumption patterns. If you look at the 6-7 countries that we looked in Asia, we felt out it was almost 50%. So basically, the total food and non-food was almost a doubling of the food cost. That is what a person would require if he or she was in a living wage thing. The second factor was, again, the family consumption. So a living wage is the family consumption concept, and so what should be the family standardization? Again, if you look at the population rate figures, they vary from 4.5 in this country, but again, a standardized and internationally acceptable framework. And so we stood by something which is legitimately can be accepted as a norm, was that there is a 3 consumption, which is a standard nuclear family of one person, 2 adults and 2 children, or one person with an old parent and two old parents, or one have various combination of the consumption. So basically, if you use that and multiply it by 3 is what happens to be the total wage, total living wage for a family. So this is what we did. So if you multiply by 30 days, is exactly what you come as a monthly food, the living wage cost. Now, this is a broad idea of what it means, and I said this is a breakup of the factors of what. So basically, if you take out the food cost and you multiply by 6, you almost come to exactly the living wage in Asian framework. Now, what we did also was that we first did it in as I said, this is nationally constituted, nationally framed research, and we did it in terms of the local currencies. Then what we did was, how do you really look at it in a comparative framework? Naturally, the option was either we look at an exchange rate or we look at the purchasing power parity. We felt that exchange rate does not adequately reflect this well-researched idea, doesn't reflect actually the real working people's comparative framework. It has a much more market-dominated framework. So we went back to the purchasing power parity framework, and that's how. So this, after having looked at all that thing, the unions in the region sat down, looked at the whole range. In fact, a better method would be a weighted average. That time we did not have a weighted average of different wage levels and different population, different working government workers in the region. So we use a political method of really looking at the range, coming to an average, and come to a consensus. And the consensus in 2009 was 475 PPP dollars. Why? The key point that I think we were trying to make is the argument that was earlier given, and this is the second component of our AFW framework. The earlier argument that was given was that most of the buyers were actually contributing to the poverty elevation. What I think we could achieve in the last 10 years of this debate is that actually most of the legal wages in most of the Asian countries are poverty level wages. So effectively, if the brands are going to ensure payment of legal wages for their sourcing, then they are not contributing actually to the poverty elevation framework. This brings us to the second key component, which I will end with, that what we also brought out is a structural framework of the global supply chain which needs to be addressed, that the buyers are the key important players. If we can't negotiate the FOB price, if the process of an alliance building cannot, or the government regulation cannot impact on the global supply chain or the export framework, and we believe that the possibilities of even countries doing it, but effectively we need to affect the FOB framework so that there is a possibility of some kind of a sharing that takes place from the brand side to the countries. Which means that if you really want to have a national development which combines a social development and some kind of a business development, then there has to be an effective intervention strategy on the global supply chain, which cannot happen if you just take national governments, unless you take a framework which effectively addresses the global supply chain in a vertical fashion. And in that sense, the issue of flow wage concept was brought for the first time a measure that could actually tell you what is the distance between a poverty level wage and what is the living wage. And it can be an effective tool for looking at it. And I think one of the gains of the AFW has been the last 5 years, there have been a large number of organizations, including ILO has a report by Annika, which actually uses this and tests it as a measure for living wage. And effectively, it has come out to be an important measure for a comparative analysis on a regional level. As I said, we are very specific. We didn't want to go beyond and make a general comment. We took up Asia as an area. We took up garment industry as an area. It may not be valid for the industry. It may not be valid for other areas. We need to really look at this process in future. In fact, based on it, we were shocked actually. We were shocked when we used the same methodology in the Eastern European, and quite a group of us were doing that, and we were shocked that there were areas in Europe which are worse than Asia also. And this was a shocking phenomenon for us actually. We thought we were the worst poor. But so actually a comparative methodology really brings out what is the problem in the region and how the region is getting integrated into the global supply chain. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially this major point you're making in terms of the regional argument that you could be raising, and that could strengthen the argument further for the use of these type of wages. Jose, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Edgar. And first, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important conference. In fact, I have been requested to actually discuss about the post-Rana Plaza development in Bangladesh. And many of you, I think, noticed that the Center for Policy Dialogue, our organization, in collaboration with other civil society organizations, have regularly monitored the development in Bangladesh in the ready-made garment sector. And we have published a number of reports in line of this, of our activities. So let's see what kinds of things happen here in the ready-made garment sector after the Rana Plaza incidents. In fact, what I could say is that the Bangladesh garment sector now is in crossroads. Why I would say is that in one hand, its image as a major supplier has been shaken after the Rana Plaza and the Tazreen fire incidences. In one hand, and on the other hand, it has undertaken various kinds of reform measures, but not sure that whether those kinds of activities will be finally be realized, and Bangladesh could come out with a new image from these Rana Plaza incidents. So it's in the midst or in the transitional process, I would say, at this stage. So what is more important now to look at that the various kinds of restructuring the reform measures that are currently being undertaken, whether that will be finally be ended with good results, and whether Bangladesh could come out with a new equilibrium after end of these measures. That is the new thing that we are actually looking at. So my focus of the discussion is on post-Rana Plaza development and its implications for the apparel sector. Just before going to the detailed discussion, what was the benchmark condition before the Rana Plaza incidents that the Bangladesh garment sector was? You see that within a decade, Bangladesh's export has more than doubled after the phase out of the multi-fiber arrangement in 2005. It entered the competitive phase and its export has significantly increased, and it was become the second largest exporter after China. So thanks to various kinds of support measures provided by different developed countries,
And in this process, what happened during that time is that economic upgradation has taken place, particularly the product and the process upgrading that is taking place. And we have found that in our research that various kinds of new kinds of products and process has been innovated by the entrepreneurs, and that has increased the competitiveness, and that has helped Bangladesh to become a second largest exporter. But unfortunate to that development, the social upgrading, particularly related to the wage, safety and security and the labor rights, didn't actually advance much. And that is the major conflict, that how could the economic upgradation and the social upgradation could match forward in hand in hand. I think that problem is not only in Bangladesh, but in other supply chain as well. And that is the debate now going on in case of Bangladesh. So we have to deal with these things while we analyze the Rana Plaza related developments in Bangladesh. And obviously the domestic institutions monitoring need to actually taken into cognizance. I will not go in detail these kinds of data. Now let me actually differentiate what kinds of activities or measures have been taken after the Rana Plaza incidents. I would say that the incidences could be of two types. One is that very focused on the targeting on the victims of the Rana Plaza, which are more humanitarian aspects, and there are immediate humanitarian supports as well as the short-term, medium, and the long-term support measures targeting the victims of the Rana Plaza. And another is more broad, which is on the restructuring and the reform of the apparel sector. I go a little bit briefly about the humanitarian aspects, because that has also an institutional linkage of how to deal with such kinds of incidences and how to support the victims, because there is a huge dearth that was observed after the incidences that these victims didn't actually get adequate support properly under the rules and regulations in the country. So we observed that the financial support provided by different organizations, short-term support, then one-time support, and the long-term support that is provided by the government, by the association, by the retailer side as well. And there are support provided for the treatment of for the injured workers, basically for the immediate treatment and for the surgery, providing artificial limb supports. But more and more what was needed is to provide long-term support, because a large number of workers who have survived were affected for various kinds of physical problems, and they need physiotherapy and psychotherapy support, and that was not adequately provided after several months. And that was another challenge, that how to cope up and how to support these kinds of injured workers on a long-term basis. And also, beside the dead workers, a number of around two-thirds of the workers survived, and and a part of them were reemployed, but a large number of them were not interested to join in the garment factory for their work. So they need to re-employ for other sectors, but that initiative was also being hampered due to various reasons. And there were orphans, and they also need support in the process. And thanks to various initiatives under which the victims' children get some of the supports. One of the major initiatives for the victims and the families is to provide long-term support, and thanks to the brands and retailers, they have created a Rana Plaza Trust Fund, and under which the support provided to them, and under which they have set the criteria, set the amount of claim, and identified the claimants, and under which so far 30% of the total claim has been distributed to the victims and their families. Now coming to the major part, that is that what kinds of restructuring and the reform initiatives that have been actually undertaken till date. I think there are three kinds of initiatives that I would like to mention here. Is that one is that USTR plan of action. You may notice that the United States Trade Representative Office has withdrawn Bangladesh's GSP facility after the incidents of the Rana Plaza and provided an action plan, time-bound action plan, which need to be completed on by 2014. Unfortunately, that was not happened. Then there is a European Union Compact, Sustainability Compact agreement signed Bangladesh government, ILO, and European Union. And that was another initiative, which is a very broad-based one. And there is another one is the National Action Plan, Tripartite Action Plan, that also need to be done, and that is also related to the restructuring and the reform. Most of these initiatives have focused on I would say, the three different areas. One is that reforming rules and regulations. That includes amendment of the labor law, introducing subcontracting framework. Then there are institutional development related activities like upgrading the factory inspection authority and empower them, then a recruitment of the new inspectors, skill development training. Then there are factory level initiatives for workplace safety and security, which has been done by Accord and the Alliance initiatives. So these are the major initiatives that has been done. But a major difference between USTR, European Union, and the National Action Plan is that some are very much time-bound and some are non-time-bound initiatives. While US has very much time-bound initiative that has been provided, and that was very much conditional with reinstating the GSP facility. On the other hand, the European Sustainability Compact has no such time-bound measures and non-conditional, but was a very broad-based one and a very rigorous one. And the National Action Plan is a combination of various kinds of initiatives that has been done. And government has prioritized to complete those activities. Since GSP reinstatement is a major political challenge for the Bangladesh government, so they has emphasized USTR action plan more compared to the European Union Sustainability Compact agreement. And that's why USTR-based activities has advanced far more quickly than relative to the European Union Sustainability Compact initiative. I would not go in detail about the major features. These are the features related to the USTR action plan. These are related to European Sustainability Compact initiatives, and these are the National Tripartite Action Plan initiatives, which are mentioned here. And as I said, that mostly those are related to institutional development, rules and regulatory improvement, and the safety, factory safety and security related arrangement. But how much progress so far we have done till today? If you see, this is the table that I could actually share with you. This is the level of the progress happened related to the different kinds of activities under different action plans. Under USTR action plan, there were 16 specific activities they have mentioned with very detailed sub-points or sub-activities there. Out of the 16 one, I would say that 11 have made substantial or full completion till date, while another 5 are partially completed. On the other hand, the European Union Compact Agreement, they have around 30 of different kinds of activities. Out of that, 13 have made substantial or full completion, and 17 are on the process. While the National Action Plan have 25 components of it, I think 15 has made substantial progress, and 10 are on the process. Most cases, the progress happen in related to the regulatory part. And some of the factory-related inspection process that has made significant progresses. But there are some other activities which have not yet progressed much, particularly related to the subcontracting-related institutional arrangement that has not progressed much. Then related to the transparency and the accountability issues, where the factory-related inspection reports and trade union-related inspection reports need to be made public, which has started, but it has not yet been fully implemented. So that is the part. But what I like to mention at this stage is that we have to take into cognizance that Bangladesh's point of view, the institutional part was very, very weak. Particularly, the Ministry of Labor was historically an underfunded institute within the government, and their projects have never received adequate attention under the government's annual development plan. So all on a sudden, when this ministry has got lots of responsibilities to complete within on time, it was a little bit difficult for them to complete those things on time. But what I would appreciate that, given their limitations, they are actually advancing smoothly till date. But what is also more important is that even those activities which are being considered to be completed are found to be of a question of effective implementation issues. While we say that labor law amendment has completed, there are concerns raised by ILO that rules and regulations are not yet been ratified by the government. So it is not yet been functional. So that is the next issue that is raised. While it is said that the trade union registration has increased, but at the same time, it is also true that registration process in the recent time has slowed down. While we say that new trade unions are being registered, at the same time, harassment of the potential new trade union leaders are increasing. So there are both way features within the activities that are being actually is happening in Bangladesh. What I like to say here is that the activities so far being carried out has actually completed within a pressured situation. So that's why it has been some way it was smooth, but there is a lack of, I would say, the limited proactiveness there. The challenge here is that the remaining activities which are there, whether it will be completed smoothly because the pressure has already eased, and that is the challenge for completion of the next level of activities, and that also related to the sustainability of the activities that are being actually considered through this process. So that is the thing that is need to actually take into account. Let me briefly mention about the other initiative that is done by Accord and the Alliance, and all of you are, I think, familiar with those initiatives. This is a very unique initiative by the private sector of the buyers and the retailer side. And what they did very successfully, without much debate, is that they set a common guideline for inspection. They set the modality by themselves, and they have initiated a time-bound programs. And thanks that, with some initial hiccup, it has advanced smoothly till date. Although there are some differences between Accord and Alliance in terms of their institutional organizational point of view, I would say that those differences are much more less compared to the progress that they have mentioned. And there are some of the informations here related to the progress so far. The targeted factories have all been actually inspected by Accord and Alliance. Accord inspected around 1,200 factories. While Alliance inspected around 700 factories. Those have been inspected. So the physical limitations have been identified. And what is important here is that out of this inspection, only 2% of the factories have been identified which are of the problem of physical integrity. But what is more challenging is that most factories have problem of operational and organizational side, which is related to the fire and electrical safety issues. And there are around 81,000 different kinds of problems that has been identified, which are related to fire and electrical safety in these factories. But in this process, around 37 factories were shut down. And these factories, workers have been retrenched, and thanks to that, that these retrenched workers get some compensation from the Alliance and partly from the Accord side, not directly by the Accord, but by the entrepreneurs' point of view. Now the challenging part is that now the firms are actually working on remediation activities. But the pace of remediation work is not at the same level. As you obviously understand, these kinds of remediation works requires resources and time, And while large farms found it not so much of a burden thing for them to do the remediation work, it is the smaller one or the subcontracting factories, they are found to be in trouble to complete those works with the time-bound manner. So there is a resource constraint from the entrepreneur side to complete those remediation activities as per plan. Then there is a problem of factories located in the shared buildings, because already it was decided that if the factory is located in the shared building and if the owner of the building is not interested to do necessary remediation work, the factories, the buyers will not take orders from these factories. So a good number of factories located in the shared building may have to relocate their factories from their premises. Then again, another issue related to the factories which are outside Accord and Alliance. And there is a good number of factories which are outside this process, around 1,500 factories which are outside this process. So 1,500 out of 3,800 factories are still need to be actually inspected. And thanks to that, the ILO has initiated the process, and it has already completed 500 factories inspection. But I would say that progress is rather slow. But it is also very important that these factories also need to be inspected on time. But as you understand that these factories are mostly working under a subcontracting arrangement, these are the main concerns, because these factories are mostly problematic and they need much more financial support compared to those which are related to the Accord and Alliance initiatives. And there is another concern that many of them are not member of the association. Even associations are also not interested to make them member, give them the membership. So there are challenges how to deal with these remaining factories in the coming days. So what I'd like to mention here is that what is the implication of this process? I would say that although the process is rather slow, but what is positive thing is that it is ongoing and it is very positive. And there is a positive change in the attitude among the factory owners. That is the important thing, and they need to provide much more resource to implement the rest of the thing. But what is important is that with the completion of these activities successfully, the compliance level will definitely increase. But the challenge is that whether that higher level of compliance could be maintained by the smaller factories. So the coming days challenge is that whether the smaller factories and the subcontracting factories could be competitive in the race with the larger one. So the long-term sustainability issue is an issue. The next one is that what would happen after the Accord and the Alliance initiatives. What we would say is that these kinds of initiatives maybe give Bangladesh a one-time jump. What would happen for the long term? So they need to have upgradation of the local institutions, local regulatory bodies, whether Bangladesh is taking initiatives towards that direction. And after long discussions with us and other organizations, I think what we observed that ILO has taken some initiatives towards that direction. My final slide is that still there are lots of unresolved issues related to the value chain governance part. One is that they need to have a legal frame for long-term support to the victims. Existing laws are very inadequate and insufficient to actually address such kinds of incidents like Rana Plaza, and they need to have a proper legal support towards the direction. Then the issue of the minimum wage, which is not discussed here, but what I have like to mention is that domestic law is very vague. It's not very specific towards the minimum wage issue, because it is not clear what is the definition to be used, how to deal with the living wage and the ILO concept and other issues. That is an issue for the coming days. Then the trade union related activities which are initiated, but we are afraid that it may face difficulty in functioning effectively, both where the trade union activities have already initiated and where those Then related to the
Doug Miller, who had a peculiar designation. He was professor of ethical fashion at the Newcastle University, calculated how these prices are determined. They calculate minutes per garment, and then how is that turned into a money amount by taking minimum wages in that country. So it's not on the base of living wage, but on the base of the legal minimum wage in a country that they actually fix prices. So we have a lot of problems, obviously, and as was pointed out again by the person from Cambodia said, why don't we put conditions on the buyers? Why just are we putting conditions on the suppliers? What about the buyers? How do we bring them into being accountable? There is a law in California, which is perhaps, I don't know of any other, which has a California Transparency in Supply Chains Act, which requires any company operating, manufacturing in California to divulge all its actors all along the supply chain. And when Ford Motors was asked, he said, we can't tell you about conditions in the raw materials because these are very far from our kind of gaze. So there is a problem. To put it in a nutshell, the problem is that we have economic globalization, but we do not have a globalization of public governance of these new types of economic relations that have come up. That's why if I put the title of my presentation, the sweatshops are now there in Asia and in other parts of the developing countries. So how do we bring about accountability in the global value chains? There are three main points I would make. One is, what is the issue? What are the problems in accountability in global value chains? There are both distributional issues and there are also matters of business practices. Second, what are the lessons from history? How did sweatshops disappear in some parts of the world? And it's not just that they exported them to Asia. There were also national movements or developments that put an end to sweatshops in, say, America. And then the third point, what is a new institution required to take account of the new context in which we have to talk about sweatshops, that is not just firms and labor in a national context, but that we have to bring in, when we talk about firms, also the suppliers. It's not the suppliers and the buyers, and in a global context. We obviously do not have the legal system or the institutional architecture to be able to deal with this. Various initiatives have been taken, but there is, as Gary Jareffi and Fritz Meyer keep pointing out, there is a deficit of global governance. We have economic institutions, but not the legal and political and institutional systems to deal with it. I'll just go quickly through the points. One is that, as I said, how do GVCs, global value chains, impact on employment relations? We take two broad issues, distributional issue, that the rents are all concentrated on one side. By rents, I mean some excess profits, profits above what would usually be otherwise earned, while low profits and prices are there for the suppliers. To take an example from Bangladesh, the FOB price as a percentage of retail price of a garment in the US or the North American market is for a polo shirt just 11% of the retail price, while for a jean, a pair of jeans, 5-pocket jeans as they call it, it is a little higher, it's at 24%. Now, with this, what do we see? That actually the Bangladesh profit rate in garments went down. In 1994, it was 24%, and in 2004, it came down to 7%. Here I use a figure, actually this was calculation done by the CPD, which had done this in a study, that actually the rates of profit have come down. Yes, it's correct that the volumes have gone up, productivity has gone up, but it's also true that the rates of profit have come down. Now, when we looked at rates of profit of other very large contract manufacturers, not garments, but you've all heard of Foxconn, which makes most of Apple equipment and many others. You will be surprised at what is their rate of profit, not more than 4 to 5%. It's just that they have a very high volume, but their rates of profit are very low. And what is Apple's rate of profit? They get more than 50 to 65, 60% of the retail value of every iPhone and every iThing that you buy. That's what Apple gets out of it, while Foxconn gets just 4 to 5% profit rate. Of course, the total value will be altogether, taking all companies, etc., will come to 35 to 40%. But they get only 5% profit, while Apple makes that much, 40 to 50%. So the rate of profit or the distribution of rents, which is a matter of power and market structure, is the first method to be taken care of if we are to bring about a sustained and a full improvement in working conditions and therefore end sweatshops. The second one is business practices. Here, Ariana has done a lot of work on this, on how the fast fashion, which was started by Zara, and its impact on workers in Morocco, and the kind of schedules that they have to keep. You know, the point of sale information then determines what you have to supply a week later. Now, can you think of the type of overtime that is required to manage those supplies and the schedule that has to be met? In Foxconn, 2 weeks before the first iPhone was to come out on the market, Steve Jobs decided to change the glass that was used on the iPhone. In 2 weeks, they had to change everything. And one worker who perhaps dropped and broke one of the early prototypes, he committed suicide because he was being blamed for the entire problem that was come up with the supply chain in that Foxconn factory. So the pressure that is brought on workers because of the new method of fast business, fast fashion. In electronics, the turnover time of new products is almost nothing. I mean, every few days you have a new Samsung phone, a new Xiaomi phone, a new Xiaomi phone, some new phone or the other coming out. So it's hardly any time before a new one comes out. Then, of course, there's Zara, which started fast fashion. So the whole world is moving in this manner, and this affects the way in which suppliers and their employment systems are affected. They have low prices, there are unstable and flexible orders, which make it difficult for suppliers to invest in better conditions. I'll give you an example where suppliers do invest in better conditions. The Indian IT firms, which you've heard of, have returns of 25, 30, even 40%, okay, on markups on their price, on their costs. They have a reserve bench of programmers who are paid to wait because suddenly they have to sometimes ramp up their total utilization of programmers. When there's a problem in a factory, you have to overnight solve it, they have to manage a way of doing it. So because they get high returns, they're able to keep a reserve bench of programmers, which of course you can't expect a garment factory to be able to do that. Now, how were sweatshops ended? I put this quotation here, sweatshops are as American as apple pie. This is from a study of sweatshops by Hapke, which is, as she says, is the history of an American idea. There were sweatshops in America. The trade unionists will, of course, be aware of the famous triangle shirtwaist factory fire in New York, 1911. But what was behind it? It was very similar to what you now have in Bangladesh. You had a factory, many stories, with the gates locked because the owners were scared that the workers would steal garments that they were being made. So they locked the gates. When a fire broke out, there was no way the workers could get out. That's why you had more than 100 people died in that factory fire. And after that, many things changed. What changed? First was, before the fire, like we have now in global value chains, there was an American value chain. You had buyers who were the designers and retailers, and you had manufacturers who were the owners of the factories. The manufacturers entered into agreements, labor agreements with the workers and the unions. But the manufacturers said, look, we can't do anything because it's the buyers who set the prices. After this factory fire, after this tragedy, that there was then a system brought about whereby there was a tripartite agreement between the buyers, the manufacturers, and labor, not just between the manufacturers and labor. Therefore, it was accepted that the indirect employers are also liable for what happens in the factories and the conditions of work that come about. Therefore, and with that, they were able to bring about what is now called the trinity of fair prices, stable orders, and living wages. It's clear, if we want to go toward living wages, we must have a change in the way in which prices and orders are given in the global value chain system. There will have to be some new forms of governance brought about in order to bring these changes. What we now have is, of course, that the global value chains have extended sweatshops to the global level. The lead firms are not part of labor bargaining processes. Labor bargaining is done between manufacturers and the labor in their particular countries. The lead firms do not make a financial commitment to any change in labor conditions. If the minimum wage in a country goes up, the buyers do not have to pay for it. It is the manufacturers who have to pay for it. So therefore, as some people mentioned here, either they will have to, some of them will be affected and not be able to manage, or if they do push up the wages and the prices, then there is a threat of relocation. Not that relocation always happens, but there is always a threat of relocation. Now, some things are beginning to change. Yes, there are private initiatives, there are ILO initiatives, but there still is an overall deficit, and there's really no commitment on the part of the buyers. Something has begun to change with the Rana Plaza Accord. For the first time, there's something that they're legally bound to. But still, it's very inadequate. And as Ariana was just pointing out at breakfast, it's very difficult to get money out of those buyers, even if they are legally committed to it. There is no real process in place. As our speaker from Bangladesh said, it can bring about a one-time improvement. But what about the continuous improvement which is necessary? So we do have to have a new system of being able to link the lead firms with the manufacturers and labor. We have to go beyond the nation and the firm to the value chain. That's what we're learning, that the value chain determines conditions all along, or influences, if not determines. The national institutional factors also come in. But we do require a new institutional architecture. The old one, the old tripartite mechanism of government, labor, and firm in a country is not adequate. We'll have to come up with something new. And here I would like to put forward a very provocative idea that if we can have an international criminal court, why could we not have an international labor court, where a worker in a garment factory in Cambodia could go take a Nike or whoever is the buyer to a court, not in America, because that would be an American court, but to an international court where the case could be heard. I think that if we do need to go from the idea of nationally contained value chains to the global value chain, at some time we will have to move towards the global architecture if we have to take account of these changes of the new type of globalization which we have. Thank you.
I really appreciate your very concise presentation of the issue. The historical reference is something that always comes as a wake-up call, which gives us this temporary or temporal dimension of the problem. The fact that you're mentioning towards the end, it is a controversial proposition. It would be something that would resonates around the room. I don't know if some of the international friends would definitely go for it. But just in mentioning it, I'm trying to discuss some of the pros and cons. It's something that we would consider quite healthy. Lots of people realizing that being part of the global change has pluses, lots of pluses as consumers, but so many minuses for the producers and for the workers involved. That something has to be done, and be part of that. It would be something that we should be trying to do. That definitely, that's something important in the minds of the Canadian consumers, as it is in other parts of the world. So, open the floor for questions. We have about like 15 minutes. We'll take probably 2 or 3 together and see how we move. And Greg, over there, you have the microphone, please.
I think I can can everybody hear me?
Okay. Just one, just identify who else. Okay, and 2 more there. Good. So it just helps. Please identify yourselves.
Not sure how to turn this on. So my question, I just spoke. I'm Greg Randolph with the Just Jobs Network. My question is specifically for Dr. Nathan. Thank you so much for bringing in this element of global governance, and also for reminding us of the historical concept of the historical context of sweatshops. As an American, I'm glad that you brought this in. Not proud of our history, but glad that you brought it in. My question for you is about what potential you see in strengthening of labor provisions in free trade agreements. How do you see this playing into strengthening global governance on working conditions, wages, etc.? Do you see? I mean, there's obviously been an evolution of labor conditions in free trade agreements. Some would argue a strengthening of those conditions. So I think, putting this conversation in the context of TPP and other trade agreements that are being negotiated right now, what potential do you see for solving this global governance gap?
Very good. Excellent. David, I see your eyes wanting to have a comment there. Right. We were just talking about this particular issue at coffee time.
I guess my eyes weren't very subtle. I won't pontificate too much, but just in terms of what Greg was saying as well. Again, I harken back to the fact that it's not related just to Cambodia, to Bangladesh. It's the global supply chain, that the dynamics are basically controlled by the same 14 to 20 group suppliers. I applaud the ILO Better Factories Cambodia's move towards greater transparency. We work closely with them. They're an excellent stakeholder. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I said that I would say that there's great reluctance on the part of brands to expose transparency on their end. In other words, the transparency basically starts and ends on exposing worst offenders on the factory side. It's one of the few areas where both we, the unions, and GMAC, the Garment Association, agree that, well, let's link the brands to those factories. They're very reluctant to do that. I would take some issue, but of course, in everything that we've done in terms of big legal cases, whether it's factory deaths here in Cambodia, bankruptcies in Cambodia, accidents at work, the compensation is rarely just for the factory. The major compensation and the major money is sought by the brands invested in those factories, which is a tacit acknowledgement that basically it's sort of a legal fiction that they are not involved in the factory owner process. They are, and they can be co-opted, and they can be pressured to intervene in ad hoc cases. What's happening around Rana Plaza needs to be done on a global basis, and we're talking about trade issues. That's also a very effective tool. In Bangladesh, the AFL-CIO has filed a GSP petition against the government of Bangladesh based on practices primarily in the garment sector. That's highly controversial. It's not meant to hurt Bangladeshi workers. It's not meant to hurt the Bangladeshi garment industry, but there's a lot to understand the dynamics of the global garment industry. In both the EU, Canada, and the States, there's preferential access given on tariffs and other mechanisms to promote the industry. The benefits to workers, in my estimation, is minimal beyond simply allowing them to work. Those benefits are derived by factories, they're derived by industries as a whole and by governments. In Canada, for example, if that's what you want me to talk about, I would say I raised this in Ottawa. I raised this with Canadian brands. I have to say, I work for the Americans. I'm actually a Canadian. To my great shame, it has the weakest provisions, while very generous GSP provisions directly on garments from Cambodia and Bangladesh, the weakest provisions when it comes to actually advocating for labor law compliance and human rights conditions on those goods, and no petition process whatsoever to actually look to review those preferences in light of labor abuses, human rights abuses, in contrast to, say, the U.S. Trade Representative mechanism, or even to a lesser extent the GSP Plus mechanism. And those trade initiatives are used to force governments and or industries to come into better compliance. And so it's crucial if we're approaching this from a universal vantage point of making sure brands are in compliance throughout the global garment chain, that governments also step up. Governments on the receiving end who are receiving these goods step up and actually not just talk the talk, put those things into practice that they claim to preach. So.
Very good, thanks, David. On the table, we have two more. And don't worry, David, we don't hold against you. Sometimes we don't choose our employers, we don't choose our parents. So no, it's a great point, man.
My name is Naomi Hatsukano from Bangkok Research Center of IDE General. I have one quick question to Dr. Camilla Roman. I'd like to know a bit more about the reason why the pace of compliance is decreasing even after the having improved drastically in the past several years. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Naomi.
One question on this comment. I'm from a country where the consumer and buyer of the apparel are least interested in working conditions in developing countries, unfortunately. So I think how to say involve the supplier and consumer into this issue is quite important and also difficult problem. Particularly the BFC started early 2000, so it's a very early start of to tackle with these issues. But just quite recently, particularly after the Lehman Brothers collapse, the consumers and buyers' interest has rapidly rose in for the making of working condition better. But at the same time, what I feel puzzled is the compliance rate in the Cambodian garment industry has decreased, as you shown recently, last 2 years. Why? I thought the Cambodian garment firms are really willing to participate in BFC because they still remained in the framework after 2005, after the MFA termination. They don't have to comply with BFC anymore because they have free access. So, but the situation seems may change a bit. So that I just would like to know how the motivation of the garment industry has been changed or not in Bangladesh, despite the more increased awareness of the garment condition in the world.
Okay, very good. Question related to wages, something about setting the wages. Okay, hold that. Then we just go through. We have 4 questions. We can start from the left. Anybody can jump in.
Okay, I'll just briefly deal with this point about should we include labor conditions in free trade agreements. Now, there's a big issue here. I think the main point is that the onus of payment should be on the buyers, on the brands. The question is not, there is a need for compliance at the national level by the supplier firms. That's important. But I think the question that's lacking in the institutional arrangements today is putting the onus on the brands, the buyers, the manufacturers, those who are the Apples and the Nikes, etc. Now, can it be done at an individual level? Well, if you have 15, 20 firms coming together and setting prices, there will be antitrust questions that are brought up. How can you set prices like that? What will need is a taxation system. There has to be a manner of taxing these kind of products where the tax is then redistributed to the supplying countries. That is an institutional mechanism that of course does not exist, but we'll have to see how to bring it about. You heard about the Tobin tax, which he had proposed. There are all financial transactions in the world should have a certain tax and a kind of putting a little sand into it. That was to slow down the rate at which these financial transactions take place. But we may think of it in another way, that how to increase, like Mohammed Yunus of the Grameen Bank that proposed, let there be just a 5 cents tax on every garment that is exported or taken out of Bangladesh, not at the exporter's side, but on the importer's side. So that there's a way in which it's not the exporter that's increasing its cost, but the importer that's increasing their cost. And something has to be worked out in a way that can bring this about.
Yeah, tough sale, but sure, please.
This question about really using the trade law, there's a conceptual difference. The trade law is basically a nation-state framework. It does not necessarily affect the buyers in any way. And if you go for the historical experience of NAFTA and the Jordanian case, which surely shows that even where there have been complaints, it doesn't work. So from a very empirical basis, those mechanisms don't work. We need to really take the global supply chain as a mechanism in itself and see how the relationship works out. That's first. Second thing is that there is, like David said, that there is a possibility on the buyer side of the countries that are importing. There's also a possibility that, which is not yet an adequately discussed issue, why can't after all, this is nothing but an exporting strategy. So why can't the countries which are exporting the garments come to an agreement of some kind? A 10% ad valorem tax on garments would increase at least both the taxation and the workers' thing. And this is where actually a South-South cooperation is important. So the question is that in a larger mechanism of a trade law, this doesn't work. But if you have a cooperative frame of mechanism, there's a possibility also of affecting from the bottom up of the process. So this is a question that needs to be discussed. But a trade framework just by itself would not really have an effective framework on the global supply. That's how our experience is.
Regarding the suspension of GSP in the US market, we understand that USA has taken these measures in order to keep the garment sector in pressure. But definitely we all understand that GSP has no relation with the export of ready-made garments, which is not related to that. But maybe USA may not have other instruments to make the sector in pressure. That's why they use it. But the thing is that after the suspension, the sectors which got the benefit of the GSP facility in the US market, their export was hurt in the US market. So increasingly there is a question that when the GSP facility will be revived, or under what conditions USA will consider to review the reinstatement of the GSP. Definitely, so far I would say that substantial progress happened, but definitely there are other areas that need to be done. But there is a political debate within the country, and as well as the increasing pressure to the government to how to actually pursue USA to reinstatement the GSP facility, which doesn't have the direct relationship with the export of the ready-made garments.
Maybe I can answer the two questions combined, since they're both related to compliance trends. Well, first of all, let me clarify that the BFC monitoring is still mandatory for all exporting factories. So it's still compulsory it's not compulsory for subcontracting, and that's another question that we are often asked: what's our work in subcontracting? And it's not compulsory to register with us. In terms of compliance trends, what we can see is that there is a positive trend over time since the beginning of the program up to 2013. There's drops along the way, and there's different trends related to different clusters of compliance. The drops and changes are related both to external conditions in the environment and I think also to some extent to the program approach. What we have seen in from 2011 to 2013, which has been this stalling and some decrease in compliance, has been associated with very sharp growth in the garment sector. So a lot of new factories. Overall, in BSc and in Better Work, we see a sharp increase in compliance in the early stage of participation in the program because factories undertake improvements that are sort of easy to implement, they're less controversial, and so it's and right away they're put sort of under pressure because they're new to the program. Over time, the pace slows down in any case. But at the same time, in the specific case of 2011 to 2013, is this high number of new factories, new to the industry, new to the program, that sort of led to a drop. It's also true that it was a time in which transparency was not yet introduced. Transparency was reintroduced in 2014, so we're hoping that we're going to see some further changes in the coming years.
Siri, we'll take a couple of questions before closing. Siri.
I just have a comment first of all, Dr. Dave Nathan. I very much like your idea, but there's one correction I want to make is that I'm not from the business associations. I'm from the Economic Association, which is a networking group for economics in Cambodia. I think what I like to suggest is that one of the outcome of this conference should be that for better working conditions, and I like the idea of Trinity, is to bring the buyer into the table and negotiate. So it's not just about the supplying country, government, the factory's owner and the workers, but there should also be the buyer. The other things that I also want to comment is that I keep hearing the word controversial. And I don't think anything that we raised here is controversial. It doesn't mean that we raise something that is not aligning with the mainstream that is controversial. We should make it a norm to bring the buyer into the negotiation table. That's my comment.
Yes, please.
Just want to share, Dr. Dave Nathan said, the polo shirt, the Apple price of the polo shirt is 11% of the retail, and jean is 24% retail. In fact, the making charge that we are receiving is like 8 to 10% of the FOB price. So that much that is low. I just want to share. And in the context of Myanmar, because our geographical situation, we've got to go through Singapore all the time. So it adds up to the logistic. So always when we talk about the making charge, it is always less than our neighboring countries. It's another thing that I want to share. Another thing Dr. Dave said, that is a good idea, the tax, like to cut 5 cents from every shirt. But we're not sure how the government will use the tax collection after collecting. And then, one thing I'm very sure, if we deduct 5 cents from every shirt from the importer, they will deduct 10 cents minus when they give the order to us. That is, I'm very sure. Thank you.
Very good. We'll find a way. Any final thoughts from the two comments we received from the list?
Just briefly, the making charge is different from the FOB price because FOB price also includes fabric and trim and everything else. So the making charge is obviously less, and that's where the flexibility comes. They try to reduce what they give you as a making charge. Secondly, I agree that of course governments, if you give the tax to them, they will not use the worker. So it's still a mechanism. One has to think of how to work it out. There are many things in that. But it's just an idea. We have how to bring them to the negotiating table, how to make them legally responsible for what happens. These are things we have to think of.
Sure.
I think we also need to understand that like the suppliers, heterogeneous set of suppliers, there are a heterogeneous set of buyers, and their objective is very, very different. The large buyers, they like to maintain their code of conduct, like to maintain their ethical buying practices or the labor standards. Those are fine. But there are small buyers as well who are actually taking orders, and their consumer groups are also very, very different. and they are ready to actually compromise in terms of labor standards in the supplying countries. And I'm actually doing one study at this moment, and where I actually definitely like to see that how the margin distribution affecting the labor standard factories at the factory level. And there I found that those which are the very smaller suppliers, and they are actually compromising labor standards in the terms of getting orders at a lesser price. So they need to have to address these kinds of things, and that is very, very difficult to address from the supplying countries side, and definitely need to address from the buying countries, that is the importing countries point of view. So the developed countries need to address the code of conduct or the CSR practices that is being followed by the buyers, retailers, and brands at their end, and need to address those issues more closely and intensively.
Thank you very much. I mean, those are very valuable and insightful comments from all of you. The more we look at particular practices, we might find that some of the solutions we think of, they're actually very, very common or easily to accept. From some of the comments, we definitely keep in mind that we need to have at the table the buyers in the sense of firms buying, but also sometimes in the final consumers in the country that are actually also making decisions on very micro decisions on what to buy and what not. So I think some of the experiences that we have been listening to in this second section are actually just part of many others that we would like to be looking into, trying to make sense of what is that having a body of evidence, a body of examples of things that we could be tried out in Cambodia, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, and Vietnam has not come up, in Myanmar, would make a difference. And it's trying to put together some of these stories and say this has worked better in this context. In the case of Bangladesh, there's a number of challenges for this and that. So some of them, as I said, may not be controversial, maybe like really very common sense, but it will also depend on who we are talking to, if it's the union representative, if it's the producer, the factory, the worker, who should be probably the focus of a lot of these discussions in terms of the benefits that this production is bringing to them. So with this said, I mean, thank you very much to all the panelists for keeping time. Thank you to all of you for intervening with really good questions. I know that we have been seeing a number of all the interventions also online. We haven't gotten back to them yet. But it's time to break, and I'm going to leave to Sorani to give us some instructions for the next hour.
Thank you. Okay, we invite you to the lunch at the Regency's downstairs, and we come back at 2 o'clock. And for those who did not submit the reimbursement, submit claim for reimbursement, please proceed to our secretaries there.
2 or 1:30?
2. All presentation.
So it looks like serious work too.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not. I've never really specialized in the banking sector. But I'm very interested. It's obvious. When I talk to my students, they always ask for good examples of effective development strategies. But
heard of that. Yeah.
Oh, you are? I just, I mean, I have a friend as well. Yeah, I was working there until December, and then I joined IDRC in January. Yeah. I'm from Canada. But I was living in, yeah.
Okay.
I'm half from France, so from France, I worked in Italy, and then,
Proper French.
yeah.
Say that too loud.
I was gonna, I was gonna speak Italian, but I'm really bad, so.
Somebody don't know the existence of the training center. It's actually there in the park if you don't know.
I was getting my hair cut in Korea, and they're like, oh, where do you work at? Yeah, because all the international.
Right.
I just want to work for the UN, and they're like, what?
What?
And I'm like, oh, there's a UN thing, and they're like, there's training center, there's like UN,
Unique training.
Unique training, and the stuff called.
Right.
I love.
What about iPad?
No, they were
No,
even
the only reason I know is because in school we had people like children and the experts who were working there. It's like a tiny sign at the airport. So like, welcome to training capital of the United Nations.
Yeah.
It's so funny because now I go back to the random thing.
Yeah.
So people show you
It's crazy. Yeah. No, and it's just in Geneva. Like, they really try to make a, that's what they're doing. When did you leave?
9 years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And where do you work now?
I work in Hong Kong. I think so. Career, go to university.
I mean, I met a bunch of, I was doing a training with, well, this is the economy, a lot of people are so I met, they're doing a PhD in agriculture there, and they said they were it's great.
Then you have someone who's like 70 years experience. Even if you have a PhD, you get like a 400 euro investment per month.
Oh,
17 years old. I actually went to Canada for an exchange. I lived in Vancouver when I was 16.
Oh, you know.
For a year. Which is so weird because high school in Canada is much lower level than yeah.
Yes,
So,
definitely. That's true.
but then they get done pretty quickly.
Yeah. Where did you go to university?
So the UCL
So we go there, so they all know.
Okay.
They leave everything.
I think so. They really
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, this is good. Okay. Yeah.
I'm glad we got done in 3 hours. We'll turn into that.
Okay.
Yes, I know. I think she wanted to show me. Okay.
Sì, sì, ho avuto veramente
Oh yeah. that's really good. I'm sure we can work.
ចូលមកគ្រប់គ្នាតែជាក់
Nên cái mấy khi như là lại đây này là con cuộc đang tính vào những ai như thế rất là là về cái phần bản những cái thôi xong đó như đây cái kia rồi các bạn có thể không trở nên những cái thôi media đấy
Tập chị Ed con ăn nó kéo thân.
Nó là những nó kéo thân.
Kéo mà đây này.
Kéo con mạnh.
Kéo tầng moderator. Mà cái hiệp trong lai quá nhé. Nè, tụi tay. Mau hiệp trong đưa sang đi đó. Một tiền.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bố, mình hai mũi cà sao mũi sao vậy? Mình hai mũi cà sao mũi sao vậy?
Mũi cà sao mà. Nó lên nó cái này nhỉ. Chui ao kia thì sẽ lên buồn nó tắt nghe là quá mấy pin quá nó nên chúng ta nói là công tác đã đang folder đấy.
Chính cái chóp mũi đầu chóp đâu ở đây.
Một cái nhâm. Not yet. Right. When are you returning back? Tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Big gala here. But not organized by country. I had an organization that I was founder of the founding. Charity, so we cannot join. It's a charity event, so if I don't want the lap, 100 lap.
Alors, moi, bye-bye, moi, bye-bye, moi, bye-bye. Fashion brands accused women business.
Doesn't seem to work. That's not like a map. Try another one.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Or is there an email where I can send it?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. This one helps. Just as a tourist, I love that. One of my favorite. Very small, it's easy to like, easy to get rid of people. So when Dr. Ahmed went to Cape, issues with the street, they didn't do this. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, he was very, very resourceful. He told them everything about plastic, right? All the big brands. But what you say, is it better than anything else? You're not getting all your to do that. I thought the main motivation for that is because you don't have the GST. Yeah, so that's your because I thought that was the main reason why. European, so they should be able to. Very small airline. I've been there. Been there.
Not for very long. Or you go. I don't know. I
That's the problem.
Yeah, and
he cultivated my right
for the ticket.
my cow. I have to do it. That's it. I know you think about now.
You have the boarding pass, but please give me the invoice. Yeah, I'll just send me.
I think that's why the company worked in.
And then we will give you that back. So you said yes, it is. No, we just because we just want yeah, lump sum.
But as I say, when you work in the station, there's no money to go back to the first.
I don't have a presentation because yeah, I know, but it's just that I'm just talking normal new program that we are going to do. But I don't have.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
It'll force us all to be happy folks. So it's great.
Hi, how are you? Good, good. How are you? You want to speak? Yeah, you're most welcome. I invited him already.
You have to make
But his break from Rico, I don't know which point of Rico he is, which dam is he on.
Okay, we don't do that thing.
Okay, and I have to learn maybe what you should, you know, and reverse it all. That might be short.
You don't do that.
On the river. It's about, depending on the traffic, it's about 20.
So then everybody sleeps after.
No, I just.
Fun.
Pardon? I don't know if Edgar wanted to record this. It's just muted, but I don't know. Edgar said maybe we could just record. So we could. Yeah. So I guess we'll just.